Hi, Glorianne.
Hi, Glorianne. Hi, Stephen.
Hi.
Happy New Year.
Yep.
Hello, Happy New Year.
Hey.
Hi, Steve.
Hey. Hi, John.
Good evening.
Hi, Craig.
How are you guys? Hey, Steve,
Hello, Craig.
Mike, how are you?
Good.
John? Have you guys dried out yet?
Brian, getting there.
I had to put my sunglasses on for the first time in forever.
Yeah, I think I lost mine.
Marcia, do we think that that Greg knows that he has to go into this one before he goes into the other meeting, the closed session?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, I just wondered if you had any, that's
I haven't-
often confusing.
I haven't heard otherwise yet. And I can see closed sessions. If he does go in there, I'll be able to redirect him.
Oh, look at you. Chief, before we get going, did I see that there was a new law, like AB 2449 or something that says you can't call into a meeting? You're on mute.
I don't believe that's right. There are two provisions for either remote participation or remote meetings. One's associated with COVID and one goes back to the pre-COVID rules that continue to allow anyone to take comments from the public via call-in or writing, or for directors to call in, as long as they're posting the location and as long as we have from where they're calling in and we have a quorum in person.
Yeah, because I read something in there that, obviously all of them are calling in or zooming in now, and it, at least part of the attachment that I read sounded like it said unless you were having an emergency you couldn't call in.
Oh, well, that's for the provision that would allow a remote participation under the new COVID rules, and then you can only do it twice a year, and you had to state the reason that you were calling in. The other option is as I said, the pre-pandemic teleconferencing rules, for which you don't have to provide a reason, and there's a limit on the number of times you can do that.
Okay.
I'm going to start the recording. And it is 6 o'clock and we have all arrived.
Uh,
Do we have Greg on board?
Yep,
Yes.
I'm here.
okay, Greg's on.
There's your picture. Okay.
Well, welcome to the Fire District Board meeting, record meeting, followed by a closed session. I'd like to call the meeting to order and have a roll call.
Director Danziger,
Present.
Director Hassler,
Here.
Director Jorgens,
Here.
Director Romer,
Here.
President Jex.
Here. Okay, would like to have a pledge of allegiance, and perhaps Craig, you could lead us in this.
I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay. Agenda item 2.1, the adoption of the resolution on 23-2 regarding ratification findings and determination of the need to continue holding remote meetings by teleconference. Any items, any comments in regards to that by any of the directors?
Nope.
Okay, then maybe we could have a motion.
Do we have to have
Public
comments
comment.
from the public, or-
Yeah. Any public comments is now open. Like to request that you limit it to 3 minutes. Are there any?
We do not have any hands raised and I've not received written public comment.
Okay, I'll move that we pass that section, item 2.1 on the consent agenda.
I'll second.
We had a first and a second. Can we have a roll call?
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Hassler,
Aye.
Director Jorgens,
Aye.
Director Romer,
Aye.
President Jex.
Yes. Okay, it's item 3 on the agenda, which is meeting that will follow. Have any public comments is now open. Again, we request if there are any, limit it to 3 minutes. Do we have any comments?
We do not have any hands raised and we've not received written public comment.
Okay. I guess we will adjourn the board to the closed session, which will then return at 7 o'clock.
Great. So see you all at the other link.
Hi again, Mike.
Hi again, John. I was able to sneak out for a quick bite to eat before we start the next.
Oh,
Next
I
session.
got a drink of water.
Yeah. Well, I got my tea with me.
So did you have any rain damage in your area?
Knock on wood, on my property, I have not. Lot of drainage going on.
Boy,
I did a bunch of things to prepare for a wet season this year. I put a bunch of I put gutter guards on that have really helped with keeping the leaves in there and keeping the leaves out of there.
out of the gutters.
The
Yeah.
gutters all have guards on them. I also talked my neighbor into installing a 2-foot wall between our two properties that have a French drain behind them to catch some of the drain that comes from his property onto mine.
Yeah.
And I got a bunch of sandbags to put on top of that. I just had a feeling we're going to have a real wet year.
I saw in the news there was a lot of sand down in Orinda and Moraga both. I
I'm
guess,
hearing that both Orinda and Lafayette are replenishing those sand piles every day.
yeah,
I volunteered with Duncan to spend 2 hours out at the Lafayette Public Works, offering to load sandbags into the back of the elderly and the disabled. We didn't have a lot of response, which I'm hoping means that the elderly and the disabled already have plenty of people helping them out, and they didn't need to avail of themselves of our services.
yeah.
But you know, I've
Most
been
Orinda,
driving around the area looking at landslides, and you know, it's interesting now that I've talked to a lot of those people. It's a different perspective.
yeah.
How about you? Are you staying high and dry?
Yeah, we're on top of the hill, so everything drains down from us.
You're at the top of the hill?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's good.
I was down at by the Moraga Country Club and looking at how high the water got in that comes into the reservoir, and it is unbelievable. To that area got.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing if we get those reservoirs filled. I've also been watching the California Data Exchange Center website. They've got great interactive graphs. You can plot the monthly, weekly rise in the filling of the reservoirs for about the last 50 years. And the steepness of the curve that some of our big reservoirs still have a long way to go.
Yeah,
The steepness of the curve in the last 2 weeks is almost unprecedented. You have to go back years to find anything that looks as steep as it has. Last year we had a steep rise, but then it completely flattened out through the middle of the year because we stopped getting rain.
Hope that doesn't happen again. The other thing that happened, I think this is a warm, sometimes I think in 16, 17, we got a lot of precipitation, but it didn't happen quickly because it was all frozen.
You mean in the Sierras?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we
And I think this
here,
year they had a lot of
we
rain.
got a
in
great
the Sierras.
snowpack up there.
Yeah, but they had lots and lots of rain in addition to the
Right.
snow. I mean, after it snowed, they had inches of rain.
Yeah. If you get the rain washing the snow prematurely, then it comes down off the mountains too quickly.
Yeah. 6:59 now.
okay.
There we go.
Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order. I think everyone is here. Marcia, do you want to do the roll call?
Director Danziger,
think he's muted. Steve?
Yeah, Steve's still on
Here.
mute.
Here.
Director Hassler,
Here.
Director Jorgens,
Here.
Director Romer,
Here,
President Jex.
Here. Okay. Report on the closed session that was held previously. There was nothing to report. So item 7 on our agenda, like to open it to the people who signed on. Anyone who would like to make public comments open to regarding anything that is not on the current agenda.
We have one hand raised. Mark Evans.
Mark, welcome.
Hey, good evening, everybody. I would just like to provide very positive feedback on Marsha Holbrook. As you know, I've been attending a few meetings and I read them before these meetings, and I am just incredibly impressed by the quality of the meeting notes and how they work and all the links. I don't know how much you guys have seen this sort of stuff. I was in business for 40 years, but I personally think this is like in the top 5% of the people who manage this sort of thing. So kudos to Marsha on just fantastic information that's shared with you and the public. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments.
Here, here, I agree.
Yeah.
Thank you. We do not have any more hands raised, and we've not received any written public comment.
Okay, move on to the next agenda item, the proclamation. Requested, I think, our last meeting that we issue a proclamation, and so would like to have that. I assume all of you read it. Any comments that anyone has in regards to the proclamations that are drafted for our signatures?
Yeah, I would make a comment. This is Director Danziger. I would just like to say, I'm not sure if they're on the meeting or not.
I see Mike on.
Yes.
What was that? I'm sorry.
Mike Donner is with us tonight. Greg Bates was unable to join us.
Gotcha. Okay, well, welcome, Mike Donner. But to both Greg and Mike, I wanted to add my personal thanks for their service to the community, both on the board and for what they do off the board. And for me personally, it was, I'd say, an extreme pleasure to serve on the board with you, and particularly to learn from your experience as professional firefighters. I think that the insights and the perspective that you both provided on fire operations was extremely valuable to me on the board as a board member. And I personally believe there's no higher calling in terms of a career than public service. And I want to thank both Greg for his over 23 years and Mike going on 40 years as in the fire service. And I just want to wish them both well, to stay safe. You know, feel free to come and don't be a stranger to our meetings if you have something to share, and enjoy your free third Wednesday evenings. And just thank you both.
this is Director Romer. I would like to join in on that by expressing my gratitude and appreciation, particularly for Director Donner's service on the board and in the community. We did have the opportunity to appear at least one event together. And I think Director Donner knows how much I appreciate it, because I told the entire audience what I thought he had done for the community for the past 40 years. So I'm appreciative of his service, and I'm appreciative of the fact that this board has recognized and this community has recognized the service of both Director Donner and Director Bates.
This is Craig Jorgens. I'd like to also thank former Director Donner and former Director Bates for their service on the board, and of course broadly in the community. I think we got a lot accomplished during the time they were on the board.
This is Director Jex. I would particularly Mike, I appreciate your leadership this last year as our president of the board and the work that you invested. I think your background and experience in the service was invaluable in terms of what it contributed to the board, and particularly in the decisions that we had to make. Do really appreciate your personal efforts in leading our board last year. So I'm enthused about issuing the proclamations both to Greg and to Mike.
I'd like to thank both Greg and Michael too for being on the board and their public service. And they've laid good groundwork and really helped, I think, the board. So it's much appreciated, the work that's been done over the years, and the commitment takes a lot of work.
Any other comments? I talked with Marcia earlier this afternoon about proclamations. Will be available, I think, over at the fire department, Station 41, tomorrow afternoon, and would like to encourage all of the board members to sign it. It'll be available over there to be signed.
Great. Is it just out in the box, Marcia? Is that where it's going to be?
Yes, it will be in the box. Starting by 3 o'clock tomorrow, be available for signature.
Great.
Both of them.
Okay. Well, thank you. Any other comments? If not, we'll move to agenda item 8.
Well, maybe we can hear from Donner's on the meeting, so he might want to comment.
Sure, Mike.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Donner.
I'd just like to say it was a pleasure to serve the community in this capacity as board director. And it was a great 4 years, and we got a lot accomplished. And hopefully this new board will continue the groundwork that we laid down for them. And I wish you all great success. And thank you for the acknowledgement, and carry on the good work.
Great. Okay.
We can just open it up to the public for public comment if there's any. And we do not have any hands raised.
Okay. Thank you very much, Marcia.
Oh, we do have one hand raised.
Okay.
Vince Wells.
Can you guys hear me? Good evening,
Yes. Vince.
members of the board. Yeah, I just wanted to also acknowledge the work of Mike Donner and Greg Bates. And I do believe their 4 years of service, we have been able to accomplish a lot. And I just wanted to also thank them for their service to the community, and wish them luck in their future. But I definitely wanted to say the firefighters at Local 1230, we appreciate their service on the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Vince.
Mark Evans.
And Mr. Donner, I also, just as a community member, want to thank you. I know you put in a lot of time and effort and made a lot of progress. So thank you. The one thing I'm going to miss is seeing your dog every month. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Jonathan Goodwin.
Hi there. I just wanted to join in on the tail end of the Love Fest here, and also acknowledge the passion that both of these men put into what they, into the work they did here. It's, historically speaking, it made for a very interesting 4 years, sort of an experimental period, and it had its ups and downs. But the element of the passion, I really do appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
We do not have any more hands raised.
Okay, we'll move on to agenda 9.1.
Good evening, directors. As part of the triennial update process, every 3 years, the California Fire Code is updated, and then local fire districts, such as MOFD, have an opportunity to amend and then adopt the fire code. We last went through this with the 2019 fire code, and recognizing the significant steps in the progressive nature of the local amendments to the 2019 fire code, staff engaged in a process led by our fire marshal, Jeff Isaacs, whereby we gathered fire marshals from all the agencies in the county, worked through a very lengthy process of reconciling the various local amendments that are being made in each jurisdiction. And what he found during that process is that many times the same intent was occurring with a local amendment using different language. And so we went through a very lengthy process to standardize the language as a way to bring forward a single base county code amendment that all agencies could then make minor modifications that were specific to either the requirements of their area or the political appetite for progressive fire code updates. And then those would move forward as a way to standardize local amendments. The fire code that we are holding a first reading here for tonight adopts and amends the 2022 California Fire Code and is largely intended to clarify the requirements that the 2019 Fire Code brought forward, recognizing that we still have a long way to go as a community towards implementation. Passing an ordinance is one thing, but it's conditions on the ground that will affect the community's propensity for either wildfire loss or structure fire loss. The first reading of the fire code ordinance you see before you tonight largely moves forward the same amendments that we brought forward in 2020 with the 2019 fire code. The biggest difference from this proposed fire code amendment versus the last one is section 3, specifically section 325, which previously laid out the requirements for exterior hazard abatement, the reduction of combustive and hazardous fuels or hazardous, dangerous, and combustive vegetation that surrounded structures. Those have been taken out. They've been taken out based on two things. One, an assertion by a local agency that the fire code as a sub-element of the building standards code, it was inappropriate to have things outside the four walls of the building included in a fire code amendment. This was further reinforced by statements made by members of CAL FIRE participating on the Building Standards Commission, who suggested that the four walls of a building were the limit of the Building Standards Code and therefore of the fire code. We are not sure if this is correct. That would certainly be a novel and a new interpretation that would call into question elements of many organizations' local amendments to the fire code. However, out of abundance of caution, we elected to propose moving the previous sections having to do with vegetation management, moving them out of the fire code amendments and into a standalone ordinance, which you will see later tonight. You will note, if you look down on the summary of major changes, the major elements that are included here, and the way the section is worded under major changes is slightly misreading, that it says proposed changes to the 2019 fire code. That requires nuance because there are elements such as the requirement for exterior under eave sprinklers that were adopted in the 2020 fire code amendment. So they are not new to the district, but they are new to the amendment because as of January 1st, all of our previous amendments that were included in ordinance 20-01, they ceased to apply when the 2019 fire code sunsetted. And so the code that is currently in place in the district is the unamended California Fire Code. So the amendments start from a baseline of 0, and any amendments have to be reapplied. The other element that is new, and it's subject to communication with both the city of Orinda and the town of Moraga that's included in the board packet and was provided under correspondence received or as attachments to this staff item, were elements clarifying when a traffic calming device was permitted, yes or no, which is drawn directly from state law, specifically from the California Code of Regulations, Title 14, as well as what the parameters were that the fire district would use to evaluate a proposal for a traffic calming measure. And specifically, traffic calming measure being interpreted by the fire code official to mean anything that physically alters the roadway in a manner that would slow traffic. So speed bumps, speed humps, tabletops, etc. It would exclude, our interpretation is this excludes things such as stop signs, dot bots, rumple strips, lines, striping on the roadway, those sort of things. So limited to physical alteration to the roadway that would slow or stop traffic. And we included a list of parameters in this recommended amendment that would be the criteria used to evaluate the project. Because anything that slows traffic for a traffic safety benefit also slows traffic in a negative way associated with either evacuations of the community during a wildfire or other event that requires an evacuation. And it slows responding resources, specifically fire engines and ambulances that are moving into an area. So there's a tension there between the two objectives. And the purpose of including those proposed criteria is to give the fire code official the ability to weight the public safety benefit of the proposed traffic calming device, of the goodness of slowing traffic and potentially reducing the impact of injuries or loss of life or damage to vehicles or other property, balancing that against the need for routes that will rapidly move residents out and firefighting or EMS resources in the case of an emergency. As required by law, these proposed amendments were provided to the city and the town and the county for 30-day comment in November. Comments were received in December and early January. Our response to their comments are included in the attachment. We do not have any additional feedback from the city or town other than the public comment that was included from the city with regard to concerns about traffic calming devices. I'd be happy to answer any questions from the directors. As a reminder, this is a first reading. Having received any direction or comments, directed changes from the board, we would then make any modifications. If they were minor, we would move forward to a second hearing. If they were major, we would review with council whether or not we were required to have an additional first hearing if we significantly rewrote it. We'll also have offered a presentation to the town council and city council to explain what we are moving forward towards the second reading, having received the board's direction with regard to whether the amendments in their current form would go forward to the second reading or whether or not the board would direct significant changes. I would just summarize by saying that this code is intended to essentially be a steady state code amendment. We don't believe we're proposing any additional significant changes beyond what were adopted in 2020. And that's intended to buy time to increase our outreach and adoption of these measures throughout the community before we would move on to making proposed amendments that potentially would be more impactful and more progressive on the 2025 triennial update cycle.
Okay, any questions of staff or of the staff by the board?
I do. Craig. So,
Craig?
Chief, I guess we just wanted to clarify. You said the 2019 we amended that, everything's straight, but all those went away somehow, and we're now back to the 2000 and to whatever the original code was. So does that mean our fire code is changing and then we're changing it back, or is it the old one still in effect?
So the 2022 California Fire Code is in effect on January 1st. Our amendments to the 2019 Fire Code sunsetted on January 1st. Normally, the Fire Code is published in February for review. In this case, this year it was published in July. And then having the requirement, because we're a special district, we have the additional 30-day requirement to send our proposed amendments to the city and town for comment, which took 30 days in one case, 45 days in the other. So that prevented us from bringing forward the proposal in time to hit January 1st. So today, the base fire code, the 2022 California Fire Code, is in effect in the district. Our hope is to move forward quickly with these amendments so that these new amendments that essentially preserve the status quo with regard to the code requirements in the district with the local amendments will be back in effect as quickly as possible.
So at the moment, all the things we did, the under eaves, sprinklers and all that stuff are gone? Yes, sir, until the amendments are adopted. So if you're a builder and you start it now versus starting when they go into effect, there's a window that would be allowed to have things that didn't meet the current, what until 2 weeks ago was the current code? The local amendments, yes, sir. Wow, is that seems like a broken process to me. Is there a way we can fix that? I know we can't fix it now. Can we fix it for next time? Well, I mean, yes and no, sir. Part of it has to do with the timing on when the state releases the base code, which this year was about 5 months later than normal.
That brought us tight on time to work through the process with the county. In future years, we should be able to move much faster because we won't have the prerequisite of holding the county-wide meetings and building that consensus. That lost us some time. And then we do continue to have what turns out to about a 2-month delay based on the requirement to give at least a 30-day comment period to the city and the town.
But why did they sunset the old amendments?
Because they were amendments to the 2019 fire code, sir, that ceased to, which was replaced by the 2022 fire code. So our ordinance amending the 2019 fire code couldn't roll over to amend the 2022 fire code without board action, which is what this item accomplishes.
Why can't we? Well, so you're saying you can't have an amendment to something, a preemptive amendment that then is subject to change?
Well,
Why couldn't we have just extended those amendments and said, by definition, we're not going to change anything. We're just going to apply them to the new fire code.
Well, yes, sir, because fundamentally they're amendments to the 2019 fire code. And so to roll them over takes a new action, which requires 2 readings and 30-day comment period to the city and town, et cetera. Yes, sir.
That seems broken. Because if you're a builder, you don't know what code to meet right now. Well, I mean, you do, but it's going to change, and that just seems bizarre to me.
Yes, sir, which is one of our hopes of moving through this process as quickly as we can, consistent with the need for both public and board input.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Well, and just one other clarification. I think what I read in all this was the speed bump thing was for in the very high fire severity zone was actually mandated by the state. That isn't something new. It isn't something we're redoing. It's something that we're required to do. It's in the base fire code, I guess is my point.
Yes, sir. 14 CCR not only defines traffic calming measures, but bans them in areas that are either very high fire hazard severity zones or have a singular route in and out. And that is a state minimum. That's not the fire district's doing.
Right. Okay.
Chief, this is directed to Danziger. So just to be clear, just to put this into perspective, the traffic calming, and I just want to get this out, that would apply to a street such as El Torino. Correct.
Portions of it that are in the very high fire hazard severity zone, which is not all of it, sir. But the El Torino is not a one-way. So there's a both on the east and west, there are ways in and out. So it's not a one-way road. There are portions of the El Torino community that have dead end or one-way sections. Those areas would be covered by that prohibition if they are in the very high fire hazard severity zone.
Right. Okay. And someone else have something on that? It seems to me from just reading the comments from the city and the town that a lot of their comments have to do with those traffic calming measures. And I read in one of your comments that if it's an issue, you're willing to pull it out.
Yes, sir. It's intended to clarify the requirements. That said, those requirements are restated in other places, all but the criteria. And we have no objection to removing those if they're of concern to the city and the town or the board, MOFD board for ratification.
But it's not changing anything. You're just taking out what is new, and it's the same thing is in there in the old that we can't change.
Yes, sir. The state minimums will continue to apply regardless of the language that are included in the fire code amendments and the requirement that a traffic calming measure receive a permit from the fire district as an obstruction of a fire apparatus access road. Those will continue to apply regardless of the local amendments, sir.
Okay. So the letter we got from the city of Orinda, they were trying to fight something that the state has already mandated.
Yes, sir. I think that's a fair characterization. Now, the part that the state does not mandate is the criteria that would be used to evaluate a traffic calming measure permit. We proposed including that in the amendments to the fire code to provide clarity about what would be required, but we have no objection to removing that.
Oh,
but that makes it subjective, and you might as well have a discussion now and write it down, don't you think?
Yes, sir. attempted to articulate that position. That, yes, sir. I think it is beneficial to make sure that the criteria by which projects will be judged was understood in advance. I think that's beneficial. But as I said, if it was a source of contention, we have as staff, we have no objection to removing it.
But again, we're only talking about things that are outside of the very high fire severity zone. All the rest of them can't happen.
If it's, yes, sir, if it meets those criteria as outlined, those are banned by the state.
Right.
So I think just, for the sake of getting this through and, because of the objections from the town and the city, I'd be in favor of removing those.
I'd go the other way around. I'd say that to clarify, to leave the chief with an unknown set of criteria that he gets to have instead of having it agreed by the city up front just seems like we're kicking the can down the road and we know what's going to happen. So we might as well clarify it now.
Is there any ability to talk to the city versus just written communication? Is there have discussions been held with the city, or is this at this point we're deciding what we're going to tell them and then that opens the discussion with them?
Well, so I think there's a little bit of a chicken or an egg there, sir. At the staff level, this has been a topic of discussion in our regular meetings for some time. On the other hand, it's been challenging for me to speak for the board because I haven't had a chance to speak to the board. And I at least in the case of Orinda, I know City Manager Biggs was waiting for the opportunity to speak to his board, which they did last week, which generated the response that was included as public comment. So it's helpful for all of us to have a sense of what the elected bodies for whom we work and ultimately whom will have to cast votes for these amendments to have feedback from them. I'll certainly, armed with any feedback that's provided by the board tonight, I will follow up at the staff level for a discussion about how to proceed. But ultimately, we need to have a sense of what the elected officials to whom we answer would like to see and will ultimately vote for.
Well, all I'm saying is just echoing what the chief responded in his responses is that I would be in favor of withdrawing the amendment that's discussed in the letter that the chief gave back to the city of Orinda. So it's not changing the whole thing. It's just agreeing to withdraw the amendment. That's all. So I just think it would help to get this through and not have that, not go on and have that long gap that we seem to have with the code right now. So,
Chief, how long do you think it would take to have the conversation? Do you think there is again, there's part of what they asked for, the state mandated. It's the only thing that I think is in question is the criteria that you get to use to make a decision on whether you're going to approve it or disapprove of it.
Yes, sir. I mean, that's, I believe that's correct.
So I don't know, it seems productive to me, instead of leaving that as an unknown and effectively leaving it up to you, I would think the city would like to know what those criteria are going to be.
At the risk of calling on her without, the city attorney is with us as an attendee. Inga Miller, is there any chance I could pull you into this conversation if you're able to speak for the city of Orinda?
Well, no, she's on the board. She's not the attorney. Well, she is an attorney, but she's not the city.
I'm sorry, wrong. I apologize. Wrong. I was thinking of OSA. I apologize. Marcia, could you promote Mayor Miller, please?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Winiker. And yes, correct. You're correct, Director Jorgens, that I'm merely a council member, which is a good, the mayor, a good distinction, and not a legal expert in this context. And what I can say is that, and just to the extent that it's useful, and I defer to our chief here. In how I characterize this, so please correct me if I have this wrong. But my understanding was that inking a description was a complex task as to how these traffic calming situations, what are the criteria and that kind of thing. And I believe that our staff is looking to do that, but that it's not something that can be done in the short time frame. This is not something that we discussed at this point. I had understood that staff at the staff level had felt comfortable with moving forward as discussed by the chief. I know this did come up, maybe 6 or 8 months ago, or maybe a year ago, chief. And I know our city was working on seeing how we can develop those types of objective standards. But I think that there was a question about how we go about doing that and what the process is. And I certainly, this might be something for our 2x2 committee to discuss. We have our goal setting session coming up at the end of February, or toward the middle end of February. And this is something we absolutely could discuss, if it's a priority of the fire district that we do those objective, that kind of try to work on some description like that. That would be something good for us to discuss at that time. And maybe between now and then the 2x2 could discuss it, so they can bring a recommendation to our council when we meet for that goal setting session. As you can tell, I'm sort of brainstorming on the spot here. So that's about as best I can do on this topic. Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, thank you. I apologize for pulling you in.
No, I'm happy.
I don't know. So directors, what sounds to me like a possible route forward then would be recommend pulling the sections associated with traffic calming measures from the fire code amendments. That would allow the process of adopting these amendments and restoring our local amendments to the fire code to move forward as quickly as possible. And then having left that area undefined, that would set the stage for 2x2 and any further discussions with Moraga staff or elected officials as well, that could then result in an internal MOFD policy that was mutually agreed upon by the various parties that would be used to review traffic calming measure proposals, which under any circumstances have to come to the fire district for review and approval.
This is Director Romer. Can I pose a question?
Sure.
Again, I'm trying to work my way through how all this works based upon Director Jorgen's remarks. But as I understand it, if we withdraw that amendment, that's withdrawing the 6 criteria that is the fire chief is directed to use in exercising the fire chief's discretion. It doesn't deprive the fire chief from exercising discretion as to whether to grant a permit for the traffic calming devices. It actually it leaves the discretion in the fire chief to comply with state law and with the state fire code. So is that correct? It doesn't deprive you of the discretion to issue the permit. It just deprives you of certain criteria that you would have to use to exercise the discretion. Right?
Yes, sir. There's and for background, those criteria were drawn directly from the neighborhood traffic management plan that was in effect in Orinda from 2008 to 2022, which we thought was a good criteria. But to your point, sir, it just lists the categories of information. It doesn't say if things are this.
Right.
Things of that. So it's intended to provide a level playing field so that the information needed to make a weighted decision about the various competing public safety demands that are in place, that we could answer that question. But like I said, whether that resides in a fire code amendment or whether that resides in an internal policy that was mutually agreed upon by the various parties, I don't think fundamentally changes the path forward. So as I said, if that's something that would benefit from further collaboration and further discussion amongst either the 2x2 or at the staff level, as it may be, I would not recommend holding up the rest of the fire code amendments for that item, given that I think we can accomplish the same goal outside of a fire code amendment.
Right. I kind of agree. Director Jorgens, maybe you can tell me what I'm missing here. But I think,
from our, if I only put on my MOFD director hat, that's great, because it leaves 100% of the decision up to the chief, and the city is completely uninvolved because the chief has a complete veto power. So if I put on my city resident of Orinda hat, which I always have to wear, the city of Orinda is losing leverage not negotiating it up front, but I'm an MOFD director, so I'm happy to take it out.
Right. So I am too. And again, giving Council Member Miller the chance to, but not the obligation to chime in unless she or other members of the council really thinks it's necessary to outline the criteria by which the fire chief exercises that discretion. I, both as a private citizen and as an MOFD director, am happy with letting the fire chief have whatever discretion based upon whatever those 6 criteria or not, or anything else that he reasonably believes is necessary in deciding whether to issue those permits. And that also accomplishes the purpose of moving forward more quickly too, and getting these things enacted at the earliest possible date.
Chief, this is Director Jex. I thought, I don't know, 6 months ago when this issue arose earlier on a specific street in Orinda, I thought that was satisfactorily resolved by both parties.
We did not approve the permit, and that went through a city process, and we have not seen it submitted again. So that issue remains unresolved.
Unresolved. Okay.
And Chief, just one follow-up to the discussion is, if we pull this, there will still be further discussion on possibly the city's ability to talk to the district about traffic calming measures and possibly come up with a district policy on it that's separate from the fire code.
Yes, sir. And as I say, from my perspective, agnostic of where it resides, we think it's beneficial for there to be agreed upon criteria through which these things are judged, so that 1, it doesn't appear arbitrary, and 2, there are no surprises on behalf of applicants, that they understand what the criteria are by which their project will be judged on one side, on the applicant side, and then for the district side, so that we're not left in a position of asking well-meaning and earnest residents who think they have been following what is, under any circumstances, probably going to be perceived as a relatively opaque process. That we don't want them to feel like things are being pulled out of thin air, either to obstruct a project or otherwise prevent it from getting it. I think there's real value in there being published criteria. But as I said, I think that goal can be accomplished either in the fire code or through an internal process that would be on an info sheet that would be distributed to folks that were applying. And the development of that info sheet and that internal criteria could certainly benefit from the input of either the 2x2 or staff-to-staff discussions or other mechanisms through which information is exchanged between our entities.
I say go with the info sheet.
Yeah.
It seems to me.
Yeah, I think Director Danziger had it right that we pull it.
No, I'm happy to pull it. That's great, but I also support the idea that we have, well-intentioned, honest discussions to try to clarify it, because I think it'll be good for everybody if we have it clarified going forward.
Yes, the sheet would be excellent, or whatever needs to be done to document it.
Any comments?
Yeah, I just want to ask a couple of general questions. So Chief, is there in the new fire code, is there any brand new fees that we never had before?
Not in the fire code, sir. Our fee schedule comes up later. There is a change to our false alarm fee that will cover under that item, but fees are not included in the fire code, sir.
But I mean, there's references to just say a fee if you have a Christmas tree lot. That's already been there. So there's nothing brand new in our code that made a new fee.
Not that I'm aware of. I'm afraid I'm gonna have to phone a friend on this one. Fire Marshal Isaacs, could you confirm that, please?
Good evening, directors. Chapter 105.5 and 105.6 lists the requirements for construction permits and operational permits. We defined several of those countywide, so there are a couple new ones in the code, but nothing that we have dealt with in the district. This was just to build the consistency countywide. These are things that our partner agencies have run into and said, hey, we suggest everybody put this in their code. That way, if you do come across it, you have a way to ensure the fire safety of that occupancy type.
Okay, so for instance, I'm looking at another one like, so in 105, there's a section here that deals with cannabis operations.
Yes, sir.
Was that in our previous code at all?
No, sir.
So that would be an example of something that's pertaining to probably other places in the county, but maybe not in our district.
Yes, sir. So we put it in the fire code that we could require a operational permit for that, but we did not add that into the fee schedule as a specific new item. It would just come under an inspection.
Oh. So it would be the same. For instance, if somebody wanted to open up one of those operations and it was approved, there would be no special fee because it's that type of operation.
Correct, sir. We just call it out that it requires either that construction permit or an operational permit.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm wondering too, Chief or Jeff, I'm not sure who, but has East Bay Mud and East Bay Regional Parks, I know they don't get to vote on this, but besides just having it on our agenda, have they received copies of this? Because it does affect, there are parts that would affect their property as well.
The fire code does not, sir. The fire code's limited to structures. The Park District and East Bay Mud structures, that has not been a topic of any contention.
Okay, good enough.
It's the ordinances in a minute that they're going to want to look at.
Right. Okay.
Well, at this juncture, then I'll open the hearing to public comment.
My apologies. So we have 3 hands raised. Mayor Miller.
Thank you, Chair, President Jackson, and board members. You know, I wasn't prepared to comment on this item this evening, but I will jump in here because I will say that our city limited our comments or reduced our comments to this one item because we felt it was the most important. There are a lot of elements of the new ordinance that will, be things that make changes that may be things we would have looked at harder if we weren't concerned about the public safety of our residents. The ability to have traffic calming is incredibly important for purposes of pedestrian safety and bicycle safety. We had a very long meeting about it some months ago on Dalewood Drive, where we're prevented from engaging in traffic calming due to the position that our speed bumps would have to be so wide as to allow a fire truck to go through it. So the police looking at that, traffic engineers looking at that, see that if we were to do that, we will be creating head-on collisions on Dalewood Drive. And so it's just not an option. And so I think what happened was that the fire chief and our public safety folks got together and came up with something that our community, our leaders felt, our public safety leaders felt would allow for the safety of our community. And so that's all about all I'm prepared to say on that this evening. And I do think that it is well reasoned and it's been put forward by the chief. And so I would just ask that you support that change. Thank you.
Jonathan Goodwin.
First, I want to express mild surprise that the fire chief gave ground to the municipalities regarding stop signs. I can kind of understand why, but stop signs do slow down emergency response. But that kind of gets to what the mayor just talked about regarding public safety. I want to harken back to Director Jorgen's comment about specifically about the state supposed to put out the fire code in February to give people time to deal with it, and they didn't until July, according to the chief. And that just messed everything up on down the line. And Director Jorgen's comment was, the process maybe isn't as good as it could be. Years ago, not that long ago, but some years ago, there was town of Moraga had plans for 2 traffic calming those table thingies, one in front of JM and one in front of Camino Pueblo, and right before it. And that created a big hullabaloo between the fire district and the town, because the town felt, we know what we're doing. And, if you have a problem, deal with it. And the district's point of view was that slows us down way too much for response in one of our, furthest outposts, Sanders Ranch. And it was a serious matter. And there wasn't a good process for it. And there still isn't. It's kind of ad hoc. People are doing the best they can. And it sounds a lot better than what I'm describing, because it just came out of the blue. But I think what's needed is a genuine thought through process for trying to balance the concerns of the municipalities, particularly public safety, obviously, with the public safety concerns of the fire district. I think this really needs to be done in a collaborative, deliberately collaborative way. Now, could you put that in the fire code? Well, maybe you should. I'll leave that to your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Mark Evans.
Thank you. So I listened to all these balances that we have, all these various issues. We are where we are with where the fire code is, but as I look at it, and I'm looking from a community standpoint of across Orinda, where we have very high fire load. And so I'm interpreting one of our priorities, or in my mind, highest priority is fuel reduction. So we've talked about road calming, very important. We've talked about new construction. I think that's relatively minor. I know we need to get through it. Cannabis growing and other things, it's almost irrelevant here in Orinda. So I think we need to push through of what you're doing. I think it's been great dialogue, but I think we need to push through whatever we can to keep the high priority on fuel reduction and our fire department response, and when there is a potential wildfire, and prioritize that. We're just where we are, and we just need to push through. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, for your comments. Any other?
Yes, we have one more. Brandon Haydu.
Hello, all. Thank you, Chief Winokur, and thank you, MOFD, for your service and keeping us safe. My name is Brandon Haydu, and I'm a resident. Recently moved in 2021, but I'm also on Orinda's Traffic Safety Advisory Committee, and have been dealing with community members who want to put in traffic calming measures in their streets and have had a difficult process doing so. Since I've lived here, there have been 3 traffic fatalities, one in Orinda due to speeding, one in Moraga with a cyclist, and one in Lafayette with a crossing guard. And it really brings to mind that traffic safety is a big issue in our community. And during that same time, I have not heard of any fatalities due to wildfires in Orinda and Moraga. That being said, you all have been doing a great job, so that's part of the reason. But with those 2 numbers, it seems like traffic safety is a big priority and should be a priority for MOFD. Furthermore, speed is one of the top reasons for traffic fatalities. 1/3 of traffic fatalities, according to the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety, are due to speeding. And a person hit by a car traveling 35 miles per hour is 5 times more likely to die than a person traveling at 20 miles an hour. So things that we can do to reduce traffic speeds would be very valuable for our residents to make their community safe. And I think we need more clarity here. And I would recommend that the board push through adding that clarity on how to put in traffic calming devices so that when residents apply to put in a speed hump, they have a clear process for how to do so, and they're not left after years trying to get this through at the end, getting vetoed by the chief. So anyway, my recommendation would be that we add more clarification before passing this. Traffic safety is very important for our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Brandon. Any others? Marcia?
We do not have any more hands raised, and besides the written public comment from the city of Orinda, we do not have any written public comment.
Thank you. Okay. I think any questions or comments by the board as far as proposed action? If not,
okay.
I mean, I don't want to belabor the point, but I think that every comment made by the folks who just talked were important. Councilwoman Miller's comment confused me a little bit. Maybe it's my fault because I thought that they were asking that those criteria be withdrawn. So maybe I got that wrong. I agree that the traffic calming devices are very important. In fact, they exist on the street in front of my house, and I was all in favor of having them installed because it was a very, very serious accident 2 doors around down from my home that I was the second person to respond on the scene. So I think the traffic calming devices have improved the traffic on my street. And essentially, what I thought we had kind of come to an understanding of a couple minutes ago is that we're going to vest a certain amount of discretion in the chief to make a wise decision to both allow when the reasons for having them outweigh the reasons for not having them, and vice versa when the importance of access by an ambulance or fire truck outweighs the public safety issues. So, I'm fine with doing it either way. And I'm fine with continuing to have a dialogue on this issue and changing or imposing criteria at a later time, whether that's 3 months or 6 months down the road. I'm totally flexible on this thing because I see the value on my street and also as a cyclist of having those traffic calming devices. And I think it's a difficult issue that needs to be resolved by weighing the criteria. And the only question is whether you add anything to it by actually outlining those criteria in the ordinance itself or in a informational sheet. So I'm open to other directors' positions on this.
This is Director Danziger. So I'd ask the question. Maybe it's of Miriam. I'm not sure who'll answer it, but can we introduce and waive the first reading and pull out a section? Pull out the section on the traffic calming for now. Is that what we're talking about here?
I think, yeah.
I mean, is that what I'm hearing the directors say, that we would go ahead and do that, introduce it and waive, and then just pull out those sections?
Well, the question is, what is the effect of pulling out? What?
It says we're supposed to direct changes if needed. So it seems to me, I don't know whether the word need is right, but I think what I've heard many people, including myself now, say is, hey, fine, pull it out. But I think I would not as a formal amendment to the reading, because we're just going to take something out. But as a process, I would say the chief and Mayor Miller have already said, and I, being one of the 2x2 members, I would say, let's put it on our agenda for the 2x2 and make sure that the two staffs are, and probably the town of Moraga too, are having the discussion, because I think everyone would benefit as Brandon Hedu said, would benefit from the clarity on what the process actually is. Because I know personally, there's some people in my neighborhood that have spent years trying to get one of these things done. And all of a sudden they find out that it gets vetoed at the end because it's in a high fire severity zone and you can't have one. So very high fire.
Yeah, yeah.
So I would propose that we take it out, but also start the process to define it, but separately from the code.
Sounds good to me.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
We welcome a motion to, so Steve, did you agree?
Well, I'd have to find what the exact sections are. Maybe Jeff can help me or somebody. I could, but I just want to name what those sections are.
Section 503.4.1, sir.
There you go. Okay, 503.1.
Point 4.1, sir.
Okay, I'll make a motion.
Second.
Well, I'll make a motion to introduce and waive the first reading of ordinance 23-01. With the exception of section 503.4.1.
Second.
That good enough?
Just clarify that you would move to amend the proposed ordinance by removing section 503.4.1 in its entirety, and then waive the first reading and proceed, sir.
Yes, exactly.
Just as a point of clarification, by passing that motion, what effect does that, if any, have on your discretion? Does that just revert to whatever state law requires without?
Just if I may clarify two things, sir, and I apologize if I'm restating it. 503.4.1 has three elements. One, it says traffic calming measures shall be prohibited in all very high fire hazard severity zone. That's a state minimum. That's just included here for clarity. That's
right. So we cannot, whatever we do, dispense with that because that's state law.
Correct, sir, but it's not required to be restated. It's just, this is us recognizing that precious few people dive through the bookshelf full of various codes and statutes that apply here. So that's the first thing it says. Second says, is all fire apparatus access roads approved for traffic calming devices shall have a second unobstructed means of egress for evacuations. And then the third thing it says is it provides the criteria through which traffic calming measures will be judged. It doesn't say what the limits are. It just says what the categories are. And I should clarify that in the one request for traffic calming measures that was discussed on Dalewood, the fire district did not veto that application. The fire district asked for the components that are listed here that previously listed in the City of Orinda's Neighborhood Transportation Management Plan that was in effect at the time of the application. And it was the fact that that information was not submitted prevented the fire district from taking action on that proposal. If that permit request is accompanied by this information, then we would take action on it. But we haven't vetoed it. We just haven't taken action on it because the elements that we felt were required to ensure that the enforcement and outreach had occurred prior to the engineering modification of the roadway. In the absence of the information drawn from the Neighborhood Transportation Management Plan, which we felt was a great place to look, it was not arbitrary, it was an existing standard. In the absence of that information, we haven't taken action on the permit request. So to your point, sir, if 503.4.1 is removed, the state minimums will remain in effect. That's not something MOFD can amend. And the criteria through which applications for permits for traffic calming devices would be viewed in the areas where they are permitted by state law could certainly be worked out in a separate forum in a collaborative manner between the city, the town, the county, and the fire district.
Appreciate that clarification. Understood. And I hope that anybody applying for a permit so understands as well. We do not have absolute power over the criteria. The state has already established that. And the fire chief has to follow that. So I second that.
We have a motion and a second.
Okay, you'd like to take the roll call? Marcia?
And we should take public comment on the motion.
Okay.
And we do not have any hands raised.
Okay, proceed with the.
Director Danziger?
Aye.
Director Hassler?
Aye.
Director Jorgens?
Aye.
Director Romer?
Aye.
President Jex?
Aye. Motion passes. Okay, move on to 9.2, a reading on ordinance 2303.
Good evening, directors. As previously discussed on the last item, in past years in MOFD and many other jurisdictions, amendments having to do with fuel mitigation requirements were included in fire code amendments. As previously discussed, there is a question about whether or not that is the appropriate place for them to reside. And in response to that uncertainty, to ensure that the fire district has the ability to apply sensible fuel mitigation standards in the district's area, both SRA and LRA, due to the heightened threat of wildfire, staff proposes establishing the attached ordinance that would establish the standards around which for vegetation management, exterior hazard abatement around our structures. This is very similar to the existing or the previous section 325 of the fire code with several additions. The first is the clarification and identification of zone 0. It's worth noting that zone 0 did not exist. The concept of zone 0 did not exist when the 2019 fire code amendments were made. And the State Board of Forestry is currently finalizing what those requirements are going to be. You'll note that while zone 0 is defined as 0 to 5 feet from a structure, the mitigation requirements are limited to the 2 feet out, 1 foot up, specifically that had already been in effect in section 325 of the old fire code. So while zone 0 is being defined as a new category, the requirements within that category that we are proposing as a local amendment are unchanged from the previous fire code amendments. That said, there will come a time when the zone 0 requirements are finalized by the Board of Forestry where state minimums will apply that meet or exceed what our local amendments are. We just don't know what those are going to be yet. And we thought it was premature to speculate on those. And as previously discussed, we felt that there is still plenty of work to be done to achieve compliance with our existing requirements rather than creating new ones. There is also an element that was previously existed under the definition of both hazardous vegetation and the 100-foot requirement for the removal of non-irrigated brush. It was previously a blanket ban on brush with exemption given for single specimen species as outlined in the fire code. Item L under zone 0, so 1L has been added to ensure that there is certainty about that. Item D under 2D under zone 1 has been added to ensure there is clarity regarding the presence of non-irrigated brush, and then D under zone 2, 3D. And that's really designed to address the presence of large concentrations of non-irrigated coyote brush within 100 feet of a structure, which we believe is not beneficial. We also added additional elements clarifying what an outbuilding was and the requirements for fuel mitigation around outbuildings to reduce the possibility that an outbuilding will ignite, and which would then produce enough heat flux to overwhelm the space between the outbuilding and the primary structure. And that's in accordance with the best practice and science published by the Institute for Business and Home Safety, or IBHS. And then lastly, there was a clarification regarding fences added under section E at the bottom of zone 3. On the bottom of that, there's a section about fences that clarifies that screens, fences, or other structures made in whole or in part of bark, mulch, or wood chips within 100 feet of a structure or within 10 feet of the paved of a fire apparatus access road would not be permitted. That's been in response to a number of concerns and complaints we've received about fences such as these that have gone up. Previously, we believed these were not permitted by city ordinance. However, the variances were being offered. We felt the presence of these essentially vertical configurations of combustive material was inconsistent with the community's desire for fire safety. We recommend those be included in this ordinance, which would establish new defensible space and home ignition zone requirements outside of the fire code in a standalone ordinance. Be happy to answer any questions staff may, or the board may have of staff.
Craig?
Yeah.
So with the whole thing that, yeah, I know there are a number of ADUs that are going in, and I think they don't have to go in on separate lots. They're just the same lot, but it's another dwelling unit. So I guess it's not an outbuilding per se. So how do we treat those?
Yes, sir. So an outbuilding in this case is designed as 120 square feet or less and not intended for habitation. So an ADU is not covered under outbuildings. ADUs as a general statement have to apply with all the same requirements that apply to the primary structure on the lot. So if the primary structure is required to have sprinklers, the ADU is required to have sprinklers. If the primary structure is not required to have sprinklers, the ADU is not required to have sprinklers. And with regard to fuel mitigation, with the subject of this ordinance, ADUs are required to have all of the same fuel mitigation requirements, zone 0, 1, and 2, out to 100 foot as any other habitable structure.
It was just a second house on the property.
For specific to this ordinance, yes, sir. There's a lot of other places where that's not exactly accurate and would get us in trouble with state law if we were to take that position.
Any other questions?
Yeah, this is Director Danziger. So, Chief, underneath the new section having to do with fences. So those are those, those wire fences with the mulch on them. There's some along Moraga Way, and there's some on Glorietta right now. So since those homeowners already have those, they would not be affected by this, I assume, right?
That's correct, sir. Existing non-conforming.
So I would think, like, let's just say one of those homeowners, only has it in a certain area and they want to add to that area.
That would be subject to this ordinance, sir.
That would be. So how is our fuels mitigation specialist going to know? I mean, do they have that good enough that?
Yes, sir. There's only 4 of them, and
Is that all? Okay.
They run
Okay.
lot line to lot line, so it would be. There's not really anywhere to expand those.
Got it. Okay, there's only 4 of them now. Okay, that's fine.
They just
I've been
happen to be in very visible places, sir.
Yes, I've been concerned about those, and I know we spoke before. Okay, so I have one other question. This is kind of coming. I haven't discussed this with you before. Under roadside vegetation, number 3 about the juniper and the bamboo.
Yes, sir.
I have another plant that I would like to see potentially added, but maybe not for 2023. And is it appropriate for me to bring that up right now?
Yes, sir. I would. Yes, sir. Certainly.
Okay, so I wanted to just put this out there that I'd be interested in adding the plant pampas grass, Cordaderia cellona, Celloana, and the first word is Cortaderia, Cordaderia cellona. I know in the area where I live, I regularly walk my neighborhoods. It's pampas grass. We probably all know what pampas grass is. It's an invasive plant. I've done some research on it, and I'm sure our fire marshal could as well, and probably very familiar with the plant. Extremely flammable, and I've seen quite a few instances of it growing right along the roadway, and I think it's very flammable, and I think it would be a good idea, and maybe some more research needed on it, but to add that as a prohibited plant within 10 feet, but perhaps move it to 2024. Because it does take quite a bit to get rid of those. I did it when I first moved on this property. I know it. So.
Yes, sir. And if I could propose this being an ordinance, not the fire code, is not a triennial update. And if I would respectfully suggest if we could save that for next year, let us work through this process, give us some time to engage in outreach to understand if there are concerns, if there's a pampas grass advocacy group or something else, and to make sure we fully vetted it and then bring it back to the board as an amendment for next year, sir.
I'm fine with that.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Comments by the board? We'll open the public hearing and for public comments. Anyone?
We have 2 hands raised. Mark Evans.
Hey, Chief, can you clarify, you talk about the 0 to 2 feet and the 0 to 5 feet. Is the 0 to 5 feet going to go into, is it still going to be 0 to 2 feet where you need to, away from your home, you need to have the flammable materials. Is that a correct understanding?
Yes, sir. The 2 feet out, 1 foot up, the box, if you will, that's a local amendment that would remain unchanged and carries over. And it's the same language drawn from 32563 in the 2019 fire code amendments. Zone 0 is being defined because we felt it would be helpful to have that nomenclature in use in the district, because the Board of Forestry is currently in the process of defining and soon publishing new state requirements for Zone 0. That would apply once the Board of Forestry publishes those state minimums. That would apply in any state, any SRA area with a fire hazard severity zone rating of any kind. So moderate, high, very high, and in LRA in very high. But we don't know what that requirement's going to be yet. So we thought it would be helpful to introduce the concept of Zone 0, since that will soon be in use, and to have our ordinance built around the same framework that the state is using with those 3 zones. And I should say that the state's use of Zone 0 is drawn directly from IBHS's NIST ignition research that showed the presence of combustible material within 5 feet. There's a direct correlation to the presence of combustible material and the survivability or lack thereof of structures during wildfire.
So what I hear then is, if I was going to plant something expensive, I ought to plant it 5 feet away instead of 2 feet away.
100%, 7 feet if it's at the corner, but from a science base. But from a code perspective, the code would continue to be unchanged, or the ordinance in this case would carry over the previous fire code admission that you could not plant those within 2 feet of the structure.
Right. Okay. So I understand what's current, but I'm just interpreting so I can share the communication, is that potentially in the future it's going to be moved out to 5 feet. So just be aware of that, because it's essentially another fuel reduction / home hardening approach that will help us make us safe.
And yes, sir, but I would point out that the 5 foot would be limited to the state minimum would be limited to areas that were in the very high fire hazard severity zone, and that the adoption of that in other areas would require additional action by the MOFD board to extend the state minimums to additional areas.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I have a second follow-up. I couldn't find, I've observed those fences that you mentioned, and I've noticed that myself, but I couldn't find directly in, maybe I'm just reading it too quickly. In the new amendment, there's going to be, I didn't know what the number was that said these fences no longer can be allowed.
It's item C at the bottom. If you go to the section that's Zone 2, unfortunately in the attachment, there's not page numbers. But if you look where Zone 2 is defined, if you go to the very bottom of that, it includes fences, or included at the bottom of that page.
Yeah, and my only other observation on that is that I know what a lot of people are doing that for privacy, but if they could use rocks, I've been up to Reno and they just use a lot of rocks up there for their little fences and stuff. It looks just as nice, and it's fire resistant. So we need to tell people use rocks, not leaves.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Yes. City of Orinda, Mayor Miller.
Good evening. Thank you again, President Jackson, and other honorable members of the board, Mayor Inga Miller. And I look forward to hearing that verdict on the pampas grass. It's really a terrible plant here. I think it's native maybe to South America, and it wreaks havoc. I've personally tried to pull it out and thankfully gotten it out, but it's difficult. So anyway, and it's just an example. The collaboration between our city and our fire district has just grown so much richer over these last 6 years. And I am, and the collaboration between our staff has grown. And, on this ordinance, I'm here not in my capacity for the city, but rather just as the mayor, to just alert that this ordinance, the changes to this ordinance, which the past ordinance, the ordinance of fact, the city was very much supportive of. In this event, the city hasn't had the opportunity to comment on the changes, and they haven't been reviewed by the 2x2 committee. And I know that there are a couple of areas of potential concern. One is the effect of adding brush to the definition of hazardous plants, non-irrigated brush to the hazardous vegetation list. And we're concerned brush includes shrubs and would prevent unirrigated shrubs in the new downtown development. And that's a particular concern as we believe it does contravene the state laws regarding requirements to actually use xeriscape landscaping. And of course, it's, good environmentally as we move forward in this environment. The other thing has to do with the tree canopy and who's going to be enforcing those new tree canopy rules. I think it's worth the 2x2 discussing the work that Los Angeles is doing right now. They're actually really looking at planting a lot of trees because of the pavement effect. In our case, I believe the ordinance also will not really allow us to have kind of those types of trees downtown. And so I would just ask that we do have the 2x2 committee and staff really do some exchanges. I believe there was some exchange between staff for the first time on this afternoon. But our staffs really haven't had the chance to kind of go through the changes, and I think it would really enrich the product for our 2x2 committee to comment on it. And that's all I've got for you. Thank you so much. And I look forward to continuing the good relationship between the district and the city. It's just been really good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Miller. Other comments?
Sorry, I was muted. Jonathan Goodwin.
Yes, I am the president of the committee to save the pampas grass or die. And I'm just kidding. But I did want to point out a little more seriously, it just strikes me that this town of Moraga is kind of missing out, not being involved in this 2x2 business. If it sounds, and I don't mean this as a verity, but it gives the impression that just by default that Moraga is getting special treatment here. I would think that the directors from Moraga might consider that and act accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll make a quick comment on that. I think part of the reason the 2x2 was formed was because the city of Orinda had Measure R and had millions of dollars to be able to spend on fuel abatement in parallel to what the efforts that MOFD had, and the town of Moraga hadn't gotten to that point yet.
I understand. I'm talking about going forward. I think it would be helpful to incorporate Moraga in this process. It just strikes me.
We do not have any more hands raised, and we've not received written public comment.
Any other further discussion by the board?
If we could pause for a moment, there may be some difficulties with Director Danziger as far as connection. If we can pause for a moment.
I'm back. You hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Okay.
you.
I had to switch. I lost power in the one room I was in. I had to move, so I'm okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia.
So we do not have any additional public comment.
Any questions or discussions by any of the board other than what we've had?
So it sounds like there are some areas that we need to have just more, whether it's the staff or the staff plus the 2x2s or whatever method we have. It sounds like there are some things that they want to understand more about, especially it sounds like with regard to the downtown development. So it sounds like there's some work to do before we get to our next reading.
Yes, sir. We certainly defer to the board about whether we'd like to do that through the 2x2 or from staff perspective. I would like to clarify, though, that the specific to brush, there were two elements in the previous amendments to the fire code where brush was specifically prohibited. The first was under definitions for hazardous vegetation that defined vegetation that is combustible and dangerous to public safety by creating a fire hazard, including but not limited to seasonal and recurrent grasses, weeds, stubble, brush, dry leaves, dry needles, dead, dying, or diseased trees, and any other vegetation is determined by a fire code official. Hazardous vegetation is not allowed within 100 feet of a structure and was defined previously to include brush. It also, if we move to section 325 under the previous fire code amendments, specifically 32563 titled Clearance of Brush or Vegetative Growth from Structures. Any person owning, leasing, controlling, operating, or maintaining any structure in, upon, or adjoining hazardous fire area shall at all times maintain defensible space around and adjacent to such structure by removing and clearing away all combustible material for a distance not less than 100 feet from all portions of the structure. So, and then there's an exception made for single specimen species, trees, ornamental vegetative fuels, or cultivated ground cover. So we certainly could add some language clarifying it if there are things that would be exempt, but I would point out that the prohibition on brush within 100 feet of a structure is not new. And the presence of unirrigated brush that almost always is combustive starts lending itself to structure ignitions. I think there's a clear distinction between irrigated brush, which the ordinance calls out, but I certainly would be open for direction received either from the board or for further discussions. I would point out though that as with xeriscaping, the use of brush, which is one of the options for xeriscaping, but not the only option for xeriscaping, non-irrigated brush is going to continue to be combustible. And if that combusted brush is located within 100 feet of structures, that does start to work against our desire for a fire adapted community.
Okay. Any proposed action we want to take by the board?
I think just to have dialogues, I would argue we should start with the staff and then have it maybe bubble up to the 2x2 or whatever other form there may be.
This is the first reading on this. So we have what, two more?
One more, sir. So if I understand direction correctly, we'll proceed. We've sent a response to Orinda staff regarding the question about brush. We'll share that with Moraga as well. And I believe we have a 2x2 committee scheduled before the next meeting when we would have the second reading. And but I should say if there are amendments and they're not made at this meeting, they can't be made at the second reading. So if we move forward with first reading, gather more information, if that information results in an amendment to the ordinance, that would trigger a third reading, if you will.
Okay. Seems to me we're pretty much, other than the fact on the last one, we got rid of a little bit of language. I guess we can hope there won't be any changes, but there might be, I guess is the problem,
Yes,
right?
And we have an ordinance in place currently, though. I mean, this is an amendment to the existing ordinance, or is this similar to the prior one where it is done away with at the end of the year and we're now operating under no ordinance?
Yes, sir. This is new because previously the elements included here were included in the fire code amendments, which were moved out of the fire code amendments into a standalone ordinance. Fortunately, this time of year, we're not issuing citations for fuel mitigation and management. But until this passes, we don't have the ability to enforce defensible space other than state minimums that apply in SRA and very high fire hazard severity zones in LRA, SRA under PRC 4291.
Okay, thank you.
So I should say this one is time sensitive, but not right now, obviously given wrong time of year. But if we start moving beyond March or April, the absence of this will start to become an issue.
Can I ask a question? This is Director Romer, and the board does retain the ability to make changes or amendments during the course of the year. In other words, we're not locked in by passing this amendment at the February and March meeting, correct?
Correct. The board, this being just an ordinance, the board could pass a new ordinance with first and second reading at any time it chose. This is distinct from the fire code, which is associated with the triennial update cycle.
Who else has to approve this?
This is, as an ordinance, this is MOFD's and MOFD alone. Obviously, it would be best practice certainly to have the input and ensure that our collaborators with the city, the town, and the county are aware and on board and have provided input. But and this ordinance does not require ratification from the city, the town, or the county.
And obviously, I think it's in all of our interest. And I think those of us on the 2x2 committee are looking forward to working with the city throughout the year. But it is a high priority to get this ordinance in effect so that it can be enforced once the fire season starts. And the fire season is starting a little bit earlier every year. It's a high priority, correct?
Yes, sir. Without this, we can only enforce state minimums, and those only apply in the incorporated communities in the very high fire hazard severity zones.
Right. So I guess I'm leaning toward getting this measure through with the understanding that we keep an open mind to amending anything and everything, particularly with regard to our ongoing staff meetings with the city of Orinda and our 2x2 meetings and the board. We can and will change things, but we need to have something in place to change.
So was one of the alternatives, following up on that we pass this, even if there are some controversial pieces, and then leave, and then continue to have, we have one more reading of what we already have. So then we get 2 readings, we could pass it then, but still have, much like we're doing the other, we're leaving an open item in the last one too, that, we're supposed to be coming up with a list, and this would be the same kind of thing. Maybe we would be open to changing it slightly if we need it, but at least we have something.
I agree. I think that's important, and I think Mayor Miller and all our citizens, I hope they understand that we really want to work to take into consideration all of their legitimate concerns, but we need to do from the standpoint of having an ordinance in effect that's enforceable, as opposed to not having one.
I do have a question. Has this ordinance been shared with the staff of both Orinda and Moraga at this point in time?
Yes, sir. It was not shared as early as the fire code, just from a staff workflow perspective. But yes, sir, it's been shared, which is how we received the input from staff. That said, they have just received it and haven't had much time to digest it. We've just received the first input coming back. We certainly would provide additional input. And as I said, I believe there's a 2x2 committee before the second hearing or second reading is scheduled that would provide an opportunity for elected official to elected official engagement on this item.
Yep.
See, Mayor Miller has raised her hand again.
Okay, any public comment?
Yes. Mayor Miller?
Yes, I didn't know if you were wanting more public comment at this point. I was just going to, I believe that our staff received knowledge of this through the public process, through finding it on the MOFD. I don't believe that they received it prior to the release of your packet. So given the long weekend, they were able to review it today and identify the changes. And I would just, one other idea would be I believe that the amendments to this are very, very small. And our staff had previously been informed that there were no changes. So our staff was working under the understanding until today, or rather tomorrow, I guess, or I believe it was yesterday that they first became aware of the changes. They were working on the understanding that this was to be unchanged. And so another option would just be to pass it as it was previously without the changes, and then come back and make the changes after there's been a public process in which the public, whether, the city and the 2x2 has had a chance to look at the changes.
An excellent recommendation, Mayor.
I have a comment along those lines. As I was reading this, I don't know if this is possible, but as we're making changes to documents, it's difficult for me, at least, when we've been told there's changes and I'm not as familiar with the documents, to not have it in red line version. I don't know if it's possible to issue these in red line version so the reader knows what's changed.
Yes, sir. In this case, it's challenging given this was previously a subsection of the fire code and was made into a standalone ordinance. And I certainly defer to the mayor, the staff's position, but as I mentioned with those sections we defined, that with the exception of the fences piece, that our perception is that the requirements are unchanged from what was previously in section 325 of the fire code. In that brush has always been banned within 100 feet of structures.
Well, and I think Mayor Miller's point was that if brush is defined, some of brush is defined as unwatered plants, and they're supposed to plant non-irrigated plants that don't require irrigation to the state encourages that sort of thing. That it catches it. Well, maybe it's that the state changed what they want you to do to put to make things look nice in an urban area. Could we exclude the downtown area for now, or something like that, that would maybe get rid of some of that problem instead of changing a bunch of definitions?
Yes, sir. I mean, I think the question would be one of applicability and whether this applies in an area, a fire, a wildland urban interface fire area, or very high fire hazard severity zones in SRA, which would limit it to those areas, primarily sort of on the perimeter of the community and the north of the community. Our concern with anything that applies the fire, in this case, the fuel mitigation defensible space, in a non-uniform manner is confusion. And that we have a hard enough time educating the community about what's required. And if there are specific areas that are exempt from certain requirements on something as poorly understood as brush, I would be concerned from the public's perspective about knowing what's required. But certainly we're here to receive direction. I would, as I restated though, there are other zero-scape options. I don't claim to be a landscape architect, but in discussing this with the city manager, I did a quick review. There are other zero-scape options beside brush. And if as a community, we're planting additional non-irrigated brush in a community that all of which is either in a fire hazard severity zone or exposed to the ember wash that will be generated by the fire hazard severity zones that are in immediate proximity to all of our areas in the community, that non-irrigated brush is going to be more likely to burn during a wildfire. And when things burn, they are more likely to spread to other things that will burn. So from our perspective, any additional planting of non-irrigated brush would be inconsistent with our goal of being more fire adapted. That said, we certainly are here to receive direction and could either limit the application to, I would suggest if we were going to do that, to wildland urban interface fire areas and very high fire hazard severity zones, or we could carve out, we could just remove that requirement, which as I said, I have concerns either way, is that the non-irrigated brush will burn. Desiccated vegetation late in the fall is tremendously susceptible to either embers or direct flame impingement.
Under the prior version of this, so when it was included in the other document, was unirrigated brush considered in that, or was it just called brush? And so we're just defining something more precisely now in this version.
Yes, sir. So what it previously said was that you could not have brush within 100 feet of a structure, hard stop. However, exception was made for single specimens of trees, ornamental vegetative fuels, or cultivated ground cover such as green grass, ivy, succulents, or similar plants used as ground cover, provided they do not form a means of readily transmitting fire as determined by the fire code official. And the way that was interpreted was that a specimen species was something that was planted, maintained, and irrigated. And so what resulted then was we had on more than one occasion, a person pointed to their backyard full of encroaching wild coyote brush and said, this is my specimen species. Like, well, that's not exactly how the fire code was intended, or in this case, the ordinance. So we were attempting to clarify it. But that said, we could revert back to the original definition. Obviously, we would have to pull this and rewrite it. But so that the definition of brush was pulled directly from the previous section 32563, with the exception included. Our concern was that was very poorly understood, and the language which was drawn from state law didn't lend itself to sort of a layperson understanding it, and required a tremendous amount of interpretation on our part.
I think brush is a big problem personally, and so I'm not excited about changing the definition of brush. Well, meaning going back to the old one. I think clarifying it's a good thing. So I think in general, we need to do it sooner rather than later. So again, I think I'd be back on let's approve this one and have the negotiations to see what we can do to come up with a solution that solves the downtown plan for Orinda that we need to, if there is something we need to fix.
I agree.
We have one more hand raised, and we have a question in the chat as well.
Okay,
Mark Evans,
Yeah, I encourage the board to just keep what we have. I know I don't want to call them distractions, they're all very important, but we can't go backwards. So these things that I think that we're being brought up by our mayor, which are very important, I support the approach of let's keep what we have in place and then do the additional months in the future, meetings in the future to, what's the right word? Make it work with the new fire code. But please don't let us go backwards. Thank you.
going to read the chat, Marcia.
yes, the question from James Duff is, can you define brush, shrub versus cacti versus bush versus immature trees?
So for our purposes, bush is woody vegetation that is not an immature tree. So a young tree that is growing is not brush, and large grass is not brush. So woody vegetation that will not generally grow into a tree, that is typically further characterized by having multiple sprouts instead of a single trunk.
So an example might be coyote brush.
That's the primary example. We see some isolated instances of like a rosemary or something like that, but those are typically in an irrigated garden where they're subject to irrigation. This is intended to address non-irrigated brush. It initially was discussed as non-irrigated native brush, but that led to some inconsistencies. And so our concern is anything that is woody in nature that can't be cut back like seasonal and annual grasses and weeds that is not being irrigated. By the time we get into fire season, September, October, November, in a year like last year, that vegetation was at 6 months plus without having received any water, had gone dormant. All the available moisture was sucked into the root system, and you see desiccated live fuel moisture levels down in the single digits and tremendously susceptible to fire spread.
And not to beat this horse, but would that include pampas grass?
No, pampas grass would not be classified as a brush. It doesn't have a woody component.
Okay.
Okay, well, then we're at,
And we have one more hand raised, Jonathan Goodwin.
Hey, just briefly, I want to offer the observation. It appears to me that the fire district doesn't really understand the approval process out beyond the fire district. And what I mean by that is that the approval process for the fire district means having these meetings and having 3 people comment. For the councils, actually a whole lot more people show up. And so they have to go through that process of getting the public input before they can deal with this stuff. And it's having staff talk to staff is not the same thing. It has to be staff talking to staff, and then it all comes up from the bottom. And I just think that the district needs to, in terms of deciding all this stuff now without actually the full public process input from the municipalities, I think is kind of hobbling the district. It led to problems last time. And I don't see why you're not leading to the same problems now. I think that to go back to Director Jorgens, I think that the process could be tweaked a little bit. Thank you.
thank you, Jonathan.
That concludes our public comment.
I think we're ready for action taken by the board.
Well, I think all we are supposed to do is give direction to the staff, and I think the only direction that we would potentially give would be if we wanted to change something. But I think I would be in favor of not changing anything, approving this as the first reading, and quite possibly, not speaking for next time, approving it the next time, and then going and having the further discussion, because we need to have this thing in place.
Right. I agree.
Okay,
So we need a motion for that?
yes,
Is that your motion, Craig?
That's my motion.
I'll second.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Hassler,
Aye.
Director Jorgens,
Aye.
Director Romer,
Aye.
President Jex.
Yes. Okay. Move on to 9.3.
Good evening, directors. This is an update to ordinance 2202 that is currently in effect, was passed last year, establishing requirements for fuel breaks. This, as with the other things, these are items that historically have been included in the fire code, and we're recommending continuing, in this case, continuing to move them out of the fire code. Unlike the previous two items, this one, we have an existing ordinance that would remain in effect until this particular ordinance is adopted. The big change here from what we previously have had in effect was that before there was a sort of a sliding scale of how big a parcel required what size fuel break. And we found that led to a lot of confusion. And we recommend making the following changes, which is parcels less than 1 acre will continue to require total abatement. That's unchanged, and that's been the case for quite some time in the district. For parcels greater than 1 acre, we recommend a requirement to create a 100-foot fuel break around the entire parcel, which previously was broken down into parcels 5 acres or less had a different standard with a slightly smaller perimeter. Our recommendation is a single standard. We believe that's consistent with the best fire science regarding compartmentalization of our community so that fire is unlikely to spread from parcel to parcel when we get into these larger parcels. And for these, this would apply to parcels that were both developed and undeveloped. So if the parcel has a structure on it, the defensible space requirements would apply within 100 feet of the structure, as discussed in the previous ordinance and previously in section 325 of the fire code. And a perimeter requirement would apply around the edge of the parcel. Where those two overlap, the more restrictive shall apply, which is typically the defensible space requirement associated with the structure. And as we have done before, unchanged, continue to have the recommendation that if there is a single owner of multiple contiguous parcels, that on application of that owner, those parcels can be treated as a single parcel. That applies to several of our large landowners where when you look at a parcel map, it's a mosaic, and what looks like a very large area is in fact many smaller parcels. And we believe it's consistent with not only best practices, but with the ability for folks to comply to treat all of those as a single parcel when it's a single owner. And we previously had a requirement for cross breaks within large parcels. We found that was very difficult to enforce, mostly because of difficult access, steep terrain, et cetera, and that it's a marginal value when the residents aren't able to complete it. I think that would be a more appropriate standard in an area with lower slopes, less brush, fewer trees that would allow better access to large open parcels. And in our case, we're better served by the work along the perimeter of the fuel breaks, as well as the roadside requirements that were included in the previous ordinance. I'd be happy to answer any questions the directors may have. I would also note, just pointing out here, that it very carefully defines what the fuel break requirements are. That previously was an area of some discretion that was essentially a fuel break had to be modified fuel in a manner that would prevent the transmission of fire across that area. We attempted to better define it so there was less uncertainty about what constituted a fuel break and where they were required.
Can you summarize what that was? How it's different now, or just what the new standard is?
Well, yes, sir. Annual grasses cut to less than 3 inches, removal of all hazardous vegetation, removal of all non-irrigated brush, removal of all combustible material. That's non-vegetative items, things like a pile of 2x4s or something like that. Removal of dead, diseased, or dying trees. There's no requirement to remove a healthy tree, but there is a requirement to maintain trees to remove ladder fuels so that all foliage, twigs, or branches are greater than 6 feet above the ground. So any trees that are located in the fuel break area be limbed up, and any ground fuels be removed. There's no requirement to disturb the soil. So we're not talking about plowing, tilling, or bulldozing, but the cutting down of annual grass to less than 3 inches and the removal of other vegetation. There's also a environmental concern caveat that we always include. This is in accordance with CEQA, which is the creation of fuel breaks shall not result in the taking of endangered, rare, or threatened plant or animal species, significant erosion or sedimentation of surface waters, When these or other conditions make it impractical to create and maintain a required fuel break, the person who owns, leases, or controls the parcel or parcels shall request a modification of the fuel break requirement. So what we've seen in certain circumstances, certainly front of mind right now would be soil instability. If there was an area with erosion concerns, the owner could present, here's the area with the erosion concerns, here's the verification that these erosion concerns are in fact, and here's the alternative route I propose to cut my fuel break around this area. Or this is the area with, it's either riparian area or habitat for special status species with the associated verification that that's in fact the case. And here's the alternative route they propose. So we achieve the same effects from a fire safety standpoint, the compartmentalization of our parcels. So fire is less likely to spread from one parcel to another, but do it in a manner that's consistent with CEQA and other environmental regulations.
So the challenge I see as I just look around at, if you look at Orinda and the old pictures that from, when it was all grassy and there weren't any houses, there were hundreds of oak trees that had branches on the ground, some of which are a foot in diameter, that, if you trim them up so that everything was 6 feet off the ground, you would have a really hard time and it'll look very different. And there are thousands of those around our community. Are they really that big a fire hazard?
It's less in the case of the oaks, it's less the tree itself. It's more the proximity of the foliage. Oaks are very fire resistive, but they're fire resistive when they've been exposed to fire over time, just like redwoods, where they kind of naturally start to reduce the amount of stuff that'll burn down low. We try, with the exception of in the last ordinance, with the exception of the eucalyptus and bamboo, we try very hard not to call out specific species because then that lends itself to a great deal of interpretation. That said, the number of mature sort of heritage oaks, if you will, that exist in the perimeter within the 100 feet of the edge of the parcel, these areas, I believe that number is relatively small, and we're certainly able to work with residents or property owners who have a concern about a specific tree. But the majority of the vegetation we see in those areas when we get up against property lines and so forth, scrub oak, brush, grass, bay, other species that we're much more concerned about fire spreading through.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, any other questions of the directors, by the directors? Staff? Okay, perhaps we could open the thing to the community. Any public comments?
Yes, we have two hands raised. Mark Evans.
Mark?
Yeah, sorry. I live on a lot with slightly larger than an acre. I have several neighbors. I strongly support what the chief is recommending. We need to do this, and I thank you for recommending that. We have and will do that on the large lots. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jonathan Goodwin.
So this business about 100-foot fuel breaks on parcels bigger than an acre, does that apply in the SRA to public agencies?
Yes, sir. Person in SRA, PRC 4291J defines person in a manner that excludes public agencies. So there are no state mandates for fuel mitigation on state-owned land or publicly owned land in California. There are also there are enhanced requirements for propane tanks, as an example, that don't apply to public agencies. This ordinance is written in a manner that defines person so that this applies to all parcels under the district's jurisdiction. It's worth noting that state-owned land, specifically Highway 24 of Caltrans control, and a very small piece of the University of California's land off of Grizzly Peak, state-owned land is not subject to MOFD's jurisdiction, distinct from SRA. Either private or publicly owned non-state land in SRA. Yes, this would apply in SRA and LRA to all parcels, regardless of ownership.
Thank you. I wish to register that I am very, very concerned about this, and I invite the fire district to be concerned too. One, there's an absurdity element, which is that there are mild jurisdictional boundaries where, East Bay Mud comes up against the county or East Bay Parks. To require that fuel breaks there would be just absurd, just the same way that to say, yeah, you could say, more fuel breaks means more safety. You could say more firefighters mean more safety. Therefore, you should have 100 firefighters on each shift. I mean, it's not, that's a problem. But more than that, there's the thing that concerns. I don't run a public agency, so I'm not that's not my main concern. My main concern is that this does not conduce to good fuels management as I understand it. Case in point, there's a road near me. It's a cul-de-sac. There's one way to get there, one fire apparatus lane to travel on, and it goes through a big chimney. And if this code was followed, East Bay Mud would just brush the road out 3 feet and call it good. And it would be a disaster in terms of a disaster waiting to happen. Instead, they cleaned out the fuel there and made it far safer. So my point is that the collaborative approach on a case-by-case basis this probably makes sense in some other areas. It does not make sense where I live. It's very concerning to me that it's easy to write down, it's easy to enforce, it's not saving lives the way an actual collaborative process goes. And the last thing I want to say is that there's an opportunity cost. So if this goes through and it's basically a bigger hammer to hit the agencies with, some fire chiefs will make use of that, and most won't, judging by what we've had before. And so the opportunity to create a collaborative process to actually target remediation where it will save lives rather than arbitrarily around a border is missed. And I don't think you should miss it. I really, as I say, I invite you to become concerned about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
And that concludes our public comment.
Any further discussion by the board?
I would just comment on Jonathan's comments that we've tried to have collaborative discussions with at least a couple of the local agencies, and they basically say, you don't have any jurisdiction over us, go home. And so they have not even been willing to engage in the discussion. So at some point, you have to start.
Okay. Any opposed action by the board at this point?
So I guess I would move that we approve this as the first reading and not make any changes.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second.
Was that Romer?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. We can open the public comment on the motion. We do not have any hands raised. Director Danziger?
Aye.
Director Hessler?
Aye.
Director Jorgens?
Aye.
Director Romer?
Aye.
President Jex?
Yes. Okay, 9.4. First reading of the ordinance 23-2 revising schedule of fees for district services.
Good evening, directors. In 2013, the district established a new fee structure based on the results of independent fee study analysis and in-house comparable agency survey to ensure that fees charged reflected the reasonable cost the district incurred in providing service and enforcing regulations. The fee schedule ordinance 1302 included a provision for an annual modification to fees based on the consumer price index. The board instructed staff to continue developing the fee structure for services and enforcement and to ensure that fees reflect the district's actual cost of providing services and enforcement. The 2023 fee schedule is based on the annual change in consumer price index, CPI, urban wage earners, San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose, California region, which increased 6% effective October 2022, which was the most recent. 4 additional fees have been added for services related to repeated false alarms to reflect the cost of providing the service and the impact such calls have on district's ability to provide, excuse me, coverage to all residents. You can see the added fees there. For the first false alarm fee is free, then a repeated false alarm 4 to 6 responses is $200. The fees continually increase up to $800, and this is over a 30-day period. So basically a month is how we run it, the first of the month to the end of the month. Staff recommends that was there a question, sir? Okay, staff recommends that the board introduce, waive the first reading of ordinance 2302, an ordinance of the Moraga-Orinda Fire District of Contra Costa County, revising fee schedule. Happy to answer any questions the board may have.
We actually have people that have 4 false alarms in a month.
Yes, sir. It's we've seen an uptick in a couple of locations that we're pushing 12 to 15 false alarm calls in a 30-day period.
Wow. So in places like the like St. Mary's, yeah, just as a thought. So is that one of the places?
Yes, sir.
So who do you charge with a false alarm? The property owner or?
Yes, sir. It goes to the college. And our hope is that this will start the conversation that we've tried to have to, hey, you're having a lot of false alarms. Let's look at your fire protection systems. Let's see if we can make changes to the fire protection systems to limit the number of false alarms. We've been unsuccessful with that discussion.
Okay.
Do they normally pay?
Yes, sir, they have under the old fee schedule.
Good.
Any
Any other questions?
Yeah, I just directed Danziger. Fire Marshal, what does it mean when we see, like, for instance, I see research fee and it says hourly and then parentheses 4? What was that? Like, and there's other ones that have numbers in parentheses. What do those numbers mean?
Depending on what the fee is, sir, the number, so hazardous material per permit 3, you can have 3 different materials with that permit. Fireworks is 3 displays with the 1 permit. So specific to your question, a research fee, if somebody asked a question or there was a significant construction project that required us to really research the codes, not just the fire codes, but NFPA codes or other state laws, we would charge that fee for that. And that's just an hourly rate.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions?
One other question, just to make sure.
Sure.
False alarm fees, that's the only, is that the only brand new one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's it.
Any public comment?
We do not have any hands raised or received written public comment.
So I move that we waive the first reading of 2302 and
Second.
I'm going to take a roll call.
We'll open the comment on the motion.
Okay.
We do not have any hands raised. Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Hassler,
Aye.
Director Jorgens,
aye.
Director Romer,
Aye.
President Jex.
Yes. Okay. Any information on reports related to meetings attended by directors, district expense?
Nope.
Okay. Move on to announcements.
Nope.
Good evening, directors. For communications received, are the items that were included in the board packet, as well as an additional update. I spoke with the family of former Fire Chief Jim Johnson. He was the founding fire chief from 1997 to 2006. He passed away last week. There's a funeral service being arranged in Chico at the end of the month. And we're organizing a district presence to be there to recognize his service as the district's first fire chief.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to the fire chief's update.
Yes, sir. We'll start with the finance report from Mary Smith.
Good evening, directors. I am going to give a brief strike team reimbursement update. Receivable for 2022-2023 is $987,000. We have received payments of $904,000 to date, so our net receivable outstanding is $83,709. Just to note, we have received $529,000 of payments in January alone. So there are only really 2 outstanding invoices from the summer that have not been paid. We did recently deploy 7 firefighters for the flood preposition task force, and I'm awaiting F-42s for those. And those will be bills that are not included in these numbers, but will be for at the next meeting. Next slide, please, Marcia. Just a couple of items. There was a question regarding tax revenue from one of the directors in the last board meeting. We did receive our $16 million deposit to our county cash on December 16th, and we transferred $15.8 million of that to LAIF on 12/21. So far, tax revenue has exceeded the budget by $165,000. W-2s have been completed and distributed, and 1099s have also been distributed for our vendors. The fiscal year 2022 audit, the audit has been postponed by the auditor due to staffing issues. It was originally scheduled for the week of December 12th, and it is now scheduled for the week of February 13th, with the final audit report expected in March of 2023. We are currently in the process of issuing an RFP for a new audit firm for fiscal year 23. That concludes my report, unless there are any questions.
So when you say for a new audit firm, you just mean just for an audit firm. It doesn't have to be a new one, right? Or does it?
Right, and yeah, we're an RFP for auditors, that
Okay.
want to take on them.
Okay.
New auditor, I believe the auditor, as I understood.
Does not want to bid on yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we need to realize that last time it was a Herculean effort to find an auditor. It took a long time and a lot of persuading somebody to be willing to come and do the audit because we're really small. So we're going to really need to think about, it isn't just sending out an RFP because nobody responds. We're going to have to go out and sell.
How many firms did you send it to? Orianne?
Right, yes, so I have the RFP has not been issued yet, so I haven't sent it to anyone.
But
Okay.
I'm just saying, I mean, last time Gloria, you probably remember, but we literally, trying to remember who was involved in it, but we had to call a lot of people to get anybody to even be willing to bid on it. And had to try to convince them they were willing to be our auditor.
It may be that we may have to look at some larger firms, which is obviously, it may well be more expensive.
Yeah, well, it seems to me last time there was a factor of like 4 or 5 in the cost. If we did that, I mean, it was a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're sure this guy doesn't want to do it for more money, huh?
He's called me on the phone and he said no, that I should issue an RFP and that Bailey would not be bidding on it.
Well, but
I think the problem that he's had is loss of staff during COVID. And some of the smaller local firms, which I think they are, basically their staff didn't return. And so that was why they've been postponing. But yeah, I think we're going to have to go through the process, and I think the sooner the better.
Yeah.
There's an article in the Wall Street Journal today about this issue, by the way, that there's no accounting staff available, and there's a shortage for smaller businesses like us to get audits.
Yeah. So I guess my point is, before we just sort of randomly say, okay, well, we won't send you the RFP, maybe we should have it, we should send it out to others, see what happens, but be prepared to go back to him and see what, you know, what the other RFPs look like and what the bids look like.
Understood.
Maybe talking, I was just thinking, just right now, thinking about it, maybe talking to, you know, some of the other surrounding districts, you know, South Marin, San Ramon, and maybe even the town of Moraga and city. I mean, they're, you know, similar sizes. Maybe they can help with, you know, maybe we can all talk about it, and maybe they have some insight into other firms that we don't know about even.
I think this firm that we have currently does do San Ramon.
Oh,
That's how we got them.
But it's still is a good idea. Last time, I'm pretty sure we did talk to the city and the town and asked for the, you know, their people weren't willing to do it, but we can ask that. It's a good question to ask again. Absolutely.
There was one other firm I remember in Walnut Creek, Glorianne, that I spoke with directly, and they said the only basis that they would do it on is it would be something excessive, $50,000 or something like that, and they knew that we wouldn't. That's not what we've been paid. A lot of times when the firms will come in, they're going to look and see what you've been paying for your fees, and that may eliminate them. They may, and which that did, because I called the guy direct for that, and he, you know, told me, he said, we would like to consider it, but I know you're not going to pay this amount of money, and that's our minimum.
Yeah. Anyway, so.
Okay. Any other items? Human resources.
Good evening, directors. Tonight, I have a brief recruitment update. First off, for firefighter paramedic trainee, we have 2 candidates that have successfully completed all of the pre-hiring components and will be entering the Fire Academy with Livermore Pleasanton on January 30th, 2023. The academy will last for approximately 20 weeks. For the fuels mitigation specialist position, we have 2 candidates moving through the background process. Providing the backgrounds are successful, it is anticipated that the 2 candidates will start in mid to late February. Lastly, we have received several new applications for the volunteer communications support unit. There are several interviews scheduled to occur during the next week, during the end of this week and next week. The new volunteers should be coming on board within the next few weeks. Unless there are any questions, this concludes my HR update. Thank you.
Okay.
See, Mark Evans has a question.
All that.
So typically we take all the public comments right at the end of all of the announcements.
Okay.
Fire Marshal update, Jeff Isaacs.
Good evening, directors. This month's fire marshal report is going to be a little different. Have the year-end report, and we also have the numbers for the end of 2021. Just kind of highlight some of the differences here. We did see a slight decrease in our complaints for dead trees, exterior hazard abatement, and we did see a slight decrease in 22 for the property transfer inspections. We weren't tracking in 21 our what was our for the property transfer inspections, what was causing the failure where we did in 22. So we will continue to track that for 23. So we'll be able to compare and see if there's any change. But I also use that as a education tool that tells me I need to get more education out to the public and the fire marshal messages. Pretty significant change from 21 to 22 in our exterior hazard abatement inspections. And that was caused by us not having our truck and chipper at the beginning of 2022. That arrived at the end of February and March, so we didn't get it in service until I think it was the end of the first week of March after the staff went through the training. So it allowed us to continue doing inspections in January and February that we hadn't done in the 2021, excuse me. Because we did more inspections, initial pass fail numbers are up. Another difference from 21 to 22 was the 30-day notices. In 2022, we went down the citation route versus the old district funded lien work route that took a lot of staff time to complete that. So that's one reason you see the difference in the 30-day numbers there. We ended 21 with 140 open cases. We're ending 2022 with 166 open cases. We still have 4 cases open for 2021. Those are for our government partners that aren't in compliance, but we do have modifications granted for that, but the case is still open until the violation is complete. Again, the notice to abate numbers, that goes to the process we used in 2021 for the district funded lien work. You can see the citation and pre-citation numbers significantly increased from 21 to 22, again, because in 22 we went down that pre-citation and citation route, staying away from the district funded lien work. The next category is the number of properties moved to the weed abatement hearings or the district funded lien work. And I put 20, 21, and 22 numbers in there. You can really see in 20, that was our only avenue. We didn't have the citation ordinance yet. So we were moving 21 properties to hearing. We abated 7. That number decreased in 21 to 3 properties moved to a hearing with 2 abated. And then in 22, we only moved 1 property to a hearing. We didn't have to abate that, but we did spend significant staff time and district council time preparing the trespass warrants. And then at the 11th hour, the property owners' neighbors were able to compile the funds and they paid to get the work done. Because of the chipping, not having the chipper and the chipper truck, you see the 21 numbers and 22 numbers drastically different there. For 21, we had 67 days of chipping. In 22, we only had 11 days. Not all of that is due to the late delivery of the chipper truck and the chipper. We have seen a decrease in request. Orinda's Measure R chipper is doing a lot of the work in Orinda. We are there to back them up when they need a second chipper, but so far they're able to handle a vast majority of the work. We still see an increase in plan review from 2021 to 22, an increase there. Our quarterly plan pretty much remains the same in the first quarter, really focusing on employee training, community outreach, looking at the numbers and everything that we have for the year and to see where our highest number of violations were and try to educate the public to that. Second quarter, really want to focus on the chipping, again, some community outreach. And then the third and fourth quarter, that is set aside for the inspections, enforcements, and any hearings that may come up. That concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions the board may have.
This is Director Danziger. I probably should have mentioned this before, but I didn't hear the status on the plans examiner position.
Still working through that process, sir. We thought we had a candidate, but they dropped out of the process.
So is it open still right now? Or is it going to be re-advertised?
Yes, we're going to be reposted as we recover from the holidays, and Christine finishes up the onboarding of our 2 new firefighter paramedic recruits.
Okay.
Any other comments, board, or questions? I have one question, and I think this is for Gloria Ann. The 31,000 of abatement that we incurred in 20 and the 59,000 in 21, have we recovered or collected that through the property tax assessment?
Yes, we have.
Good, thank you. Okay. Tunnel East, East Bay Hills.
Yes, sir. We continue to work through the environmental review. Obviously, some of that work was impacted by the rain, which prevented some field surveys from occurring, as well as the holidays. We anticipate that wrapping up as scheduled either in February or March, and will at one of those meetings have a representative from our consultant who's doing the environmental review come provide a report out to the board to give a sense of what work has been done there. And we continue to be on track to begin fuel mitigation activities with the appropriate environmental clearances this spring.
Okay.
Next, we'll have an operations update from Battalion Chief Lucas Lambert.
Yes, good evening, Chief Winokur, Board of Directors, and members of the public. My name is Lucas Lambert. I'm a Battalion Chief for the Moraga-Orinda Fire District, responsible for operations, and I'll be giving tonight's board update over the past month, significant events. Beginning with the most significant event that has affected us all throughout the last month is a consistent rainfall throughout our district and throughout the state. This picture that you see before you was taken as a screenshot that I took during a countywide emergency management meeting that was supported by the Office of Emergency Service and attended by representatives of the National Weather Service to give accurate updates of weather and predicted weather patterns that impact our region. This particular model, as you can see on the date to the left, was on 1/9 at 22:36 hours of a modeling. So this is an example of meetings that we attended throughout various times through the systems that were coming through our district. Next slide, please. So how did it impact us as Moraga-Orinda Fire District? And at times, MOFD was at the center of some of these systems coming in through our district. It was reported that some ridge tops throughout our district received 50-mile-an-hour plus winds, accompanied by rainfall, creating dangers of not only changing soil stability, but down trees and down power lines. The headline there on the left, that was just as of today by the Bay Area News Group, reports record rainfalls. And then as you see the modeling in the center and to the right, was right in the center of the storms that were coming through from offshore. Next slide. So how did our communities prepare? How did the public prepare? And largely with sandbags, as Director Rummer had mentioned previously in the meeting. It's estimated the city of Orinda alone had roughly about 150,000 pounds of sand, or roughly 75 tons, delivered to the two fire stations in Orinda at 20 Via Las Cruces, which is station 43, and then 295 Orchard Road in Orinda. An estimated of about 12,000 sandbags were delivered over the period of time that these storms came through in Orinda. Now for Moraga, it's estimated about 120,000 pounds of sand was delivered to the Moraga sand location at Rancho Laguna Park, which is 2101 Camino Pablo. And they are reporting roughly 1,500 sandbags delivered over the course of the storms that were coming through. Next slide. And how did firefighters prepare? This picture was taken in the center of the county at Concord with close monitoring of incoming weather patterns. Cal OES sponsored selected resources as part of the pre-position team. This picture was taken by our MOFD drone in central Contra Costa County in Concord, where a meeting was held to gather information, develop plans. Similar to what we've experienced through wildland season, additional resources were collected to support increase in volume of calls for service to respond as adjuncts in the event of larger incidents. To note, overhead resources that participated in these pre-position teams were Fire Chief Winokur as liaison officer, myself as chief officer, Division Soup, Battalion Chief Jerry Lee as chief officer and task force leader, my counterpart Steve Gailing as chief officer and planning section chief, Captain Mike Lacey as safety officer, and Captain Mike Marquardt as a drone operator that took this picture, and also task force leader. Next slide, please. And continuing, outside of within our own county, we have a member that participates in urban search and rescue for USAR Task Force 4. And he actually just returned yesterday after deployment in the Morgan Hill Salinas area as part of pre-position resource to assist with other water emergencies within the area. Again, this is supported by Cal OES. This picture was taken here on the left of a rescue that took place by their USAR team. 2 people stuck on a car roof in the San Benito River, where crews were able to locate 2 victims and get them back to shore within 45 minutes of receiving the call. This rescue took place. This picture was at 2240 hours just outside of Hollister, and it was engineer Dave Mazaika that assisted with this rescue. And is a member of the rescue specialist of the USAR Task Force 4 team. And this picture was used in recent coverage on NBC News. Next slide, please. So how did it impact our district? And here's just a few examples here that were taken by our crews. Obviously, creeks, reservoirs, lakes, and other waterways were impacted. The ground is saturated and currently still is, caused some of the shifts throughout our communities. There's this picture on the left is in the back of a resident of what was normally a dry creek bed that quickly became a rapid moving water. The picture in the center is engineer Chris Matthews assisting Orinda Public Works, actually just across from Station 45 in Orinda, to clear some drains in the area. Next slide, please. And continuing, so starting with top left, some areas to note, and I realize that this is certainly not all of them, but just collectively, Bollinger Canyon Road is currently experiencing a washout that's affected the roadway there. Briones Reservoir on your right is certainly at high levels. Pinehurst Road in the Canyon area, we've seen some higher waters within the roadways affecting traffic and different road conditions. Certainly Highway 4 is always of concern. The lower picture in the center is a minor slide that was fortunately mitigated by Caltrans and cleaned up quickly. And then Moraga Creek, down power lines, down trees, and so forth. The collection of pictures that you see. Next slide. And roadways, as I mentioned previously, continuing to be a concern, an issue for drivers. In inclement weathers, it creates adverse conditions and certainly increase of calls. This vehicle right here is an example of one that lost control on the freeway and caught fire. Fortunately, the driver and occupants were safe. Next slide. So I show this slide full aware that I realize that we've shown many slides like this in previous board meetings, and the purpose is not to show pictures of destruction or carnage of incidents that we respond to. but rather to demonstrate the impact of adverse weather conditions to our drivers. And I have to give a public service announcement as a reminder to encourage drivers to slow down, avoid distractions, anticipate the additional stopping distance required in wet conditions, and be careful, be aware of emergency workers working alongside the roads. We've certainly seen an increase, just like we have consistently with adverse weather conditions and certainly adverse driving conditions. Next slide. And with that, all of these adverse weather conditions and different emergency situations cause for impact for calls for service, not only within our district, but countywide. This picture was taken at John Muir Medical Center, which is a level 2 trauma center in our county. The effects are felt across the entire emergency response system, to include our 911 dispatchers, our fire personnel, ambulance shortages, and then it trickles down to extended times at our hospitals. So we encourage everybody to please be safe and heed the warnings, certainly on our roadways and for use of 911 systems. Next slide, please. I'd like to switch gears for just a moment here. This picture that you see before you is Mr. Edward Tom. Ed is an Orinda resident, and this picture was taken sometime around 70 years ago. And tell a little bit of a story. On Ed's 5th birthday, he suffered an arm fracture, preventing him from participating in a Boy Scout fire station tour. Throughout his life, Ed has never forgotten this missed opportunity, and it was always an experience that he wished that he had participated in. Last month, we received a visit from Ed's wife to our station, requesting a station tour for Ed's 75th birthday. Once she had explained the story of his missed opportunity, I'm confident that myself and our staff of firefighters were more excited to greet Ed as he came to our station. Next slide, please. And so a side by side here, the picture there on the left, some 70 years ago, and then that's Ed shaking firefighter paramedic Cooper's hand as he was greeted at our station on December 26th, where we were pleased to meet Ed and his family there for a fire station tour. Captain Mike Lacey, firefighter Matt Cooper, we're proud to explain the jobs of us as firefighters and show off some of our tools. And I say it often, and I mean it wholeheartedly. These are the types of events that we certainly pride ourselves on, and some of the most important things that we do. Next slide. And I had to show this picture. This was a follow-up along with a very pleasant note from Ed and his family. So Ed left our station with a breast cancer awareness shirt that our firefighters donated to him, and he proudly wears that today. He's practicing some hose drills there that you can see before you, making sure that his fire extinguishers were up to date and kept tight at the house. And we consider him an honorary member of our team now, and want to extend our birthday wishes to Ed and his family. Thank you for your station visit to us, and we'll keep you on call if we need you, Mr. Ed. I appreciate your time. Thank you. Pending any questions, that is the end of my report. Thank you for your time.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Nice going, Chief. We love those stories.
We do as well. Thank you.
Any questions by the directors? We'll open the thing for public comment on items under the fire chief's update.
We have 2 hands raised. Mark Evans.
Yeah, first I want to thank the Battalion Chief Lambert. That's you put a big smile on my face. Thank you for sharing that information. It was very, very nice. I just want to go back to the finance and the audits. Just one thought, maybe we should be considering bundling MOFD, with City of Moraga, City of Orinda, others. I recognize when we have small audits, it's hard to get competent people, and maybe Greg Hassler can talk about that, but maybe we just need to look at a different approach of maybe reaching out to some peers who also need audits, who are similar size. Maybe that could help us be cost effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Jonathan Goodwin.
Hey there, you might remember at the last meeting, at the end of it, Director Romer asked about, well, you know, what about when we get one atmospheric river after the next, So I want to propose that the board actually prevent Director Romer, in light of what happened, from ever requesting another agenda item. But I did want to ask, to that point, does the district have an emergency operations plan? What happens when there's so much going on that 5 stations can't cover it? How is that triaged, especially when you don't know what's going on because certain areas are cut off?
Yes, we have a Department Operations Center plan. We exercised elements of that associated with redundant communications recently, in light of not only the concerns with weather, but some recent issues with eBricks coverage in our area. We rely on, obviously, automatic aid, mutual aid of various degrees if our resources are overwhelmed, as well as the recall of personnel and the putting in service of reserve apparatus to increase capacity, all of which would be managed out of a Department Operations Center located at 45, or a field environment if 45 was untenable.
And if there's so much going on that there's, you know, I don't know, you know, multiple things, and it's hard to keep track. Is there a procedure? I mean, I assume there is, you know, some kind of procedure to filter these things. You know, there must be something in the, you know, some sort of ICS procedure that comes into this.
Correct. In incident management, I mean, obviously the DOC would be first. Our first line of defense with augmentation from either surrounding areas, not only for suppression, but for command and control to fill out the ICS command structure, and then augmented by a further mutual aid request for either the East Bay Incident Management Team, which is a Type 3 team, which we run annual exercises with, most recently on a wildfire scenario in Bollinger, connecting with San Ramon, or through a Type 2 or Type 1 requested through Cal OES.
And so the district would come into this not from the public works point of view, but it would be for what we saw an example of, if there was, you know, flooding and there needed to be a rescue, that type of thing. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, flooding with a rescue, it would have to be of the size that exceeded our first out. So that really would be what the command and control of a battalion chief. In the case of the recent flooding, we had 2 or even 3 battalion chiefs on duty at different times in order to be prepared for that eventuality. Exactly to your point, response resources they're many in the greater Bay Area, and our ability to request auto or mutual aid suggests we should be able to get a lot of folks, a lot of engines, a lot of specialized rescue resources in the district very quickly. It's a different issue to request command and control. There's obviously knowing the lay of the land and being aware of the nature of the terrain in which the incident's occurring is tremendously helpful, which is why we've been pretty quick to upstaff when we have known events like this with additional command structure in the form of battalion chiefs, not only in our district, but within as a county resource. And then those resources, not only the task force, but the associated command and control, move to wherever the need is greatest to augment that particular area's first due battalion chief.
Yeah, that's nice. I'd just like to make a little suggestion that you make a little, you know, if you want to offer an idea, that you make a little article about this and stick it on the website, because I think it's very reassuring. It would be very reassuring if people knew this, that the district was, you know, bringing in more staff. It's because I don't think most people understand that.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
And that concludes our public comment.
Okay. Move on to the item 11, the consent agenda.
I don't have any questions.
Any questions or comments? Can we have a motion then to approve the consent agenda?
Do we have to get public comment first, or do we have a motion first? I don't know. So
We
I'll
can
move that we
take-
approve the consent agenda. How's that?
I second it.
Have a roll call?
And now we can take public comment on that motion.
Anyone?
We do not have any public comment.
Okay. Roll call?
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Hassler,
Aye.
Director Jorgens,
Aye.
Director Romer,
Aye.
President Jex.
Yes. Okay. Item 12.
Good evening, directors. The district's investment policy requires annual review by the board. The policy has been reviewed by staff. One minor change is recommended to remove reference to the Finance Committee since the Finance Committee was dissolved. Staff recommends the board adopt Resolution 23-01, approving an investment policy for district funds. This concludes the staff report.
Any comments by the board? Question?
I just make the comment, especially for the new board members that, we go through this process each year, and last year I recall we made some changes. So without any substantial changes this year, I'd be in favor of approving this as is.
Okay.
We have public comment. Jonathan Goodwin.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute. I'm wondering if there's a similar process for items, for funds that go to retirement and so on. I mean, this is stuff that isn't, the general fund and blah, blah. Because I see that the, under the sections having to do with yield and with something else, I can't remember. It's pretty stringent, conservative about how the money is invested, that it's liquid and that it's going to get, some kind of decent return regardless of the cycle, the economic cycle. And as I understand it, that standard has been deviated from, if you will, regarding OPEB or whatever it is. I mean, I'm no expert in this, but I'm just wondering, it just seems odd to me that there's two standards like that. And I'm wondering if this comes up for discussion, the other monies and how the district actually justifies if I'm correct on this, big proviso. If I'm correct on this, having two different standards for how to manage the district's money when it's either way, it's a public agency. Thank you.
The answer to that is there are actually state restrictions on what we can do with the operating cash that we have. And the other is investment money that we have in trusts that we use for long-term investments versus the operating year-to-year cash that we have.
We do not have any more hands raised.
Okay.
So I move that we adopt Resolution 2301 and approve the investment policy for district funds.
Second.
So now we need to invite comments on the motion. And we do not have any public comment.
Okay. Need to vote on the, Marcia, do you want to?
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Hassler,
Aye.
Director Jorgens,
Aye.
Director Romer,
Aye.
President Jex.
Aye.
Director, President Jackson, if I may, District Council has asked that we pull item 12.2 to allow District Council additional time to conduct research regarding the legality of preferential hiring policies.
Okay. 12.3.
Do we have to approve that? Or to pull it or not?
Okay, I move that we pull item 12.2 until district council has had a chance to review it and the legality of it.
And I'll second that. This is Romer.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Hassler,
Aye.
Director Jorgens,
Aye.
Director Romer,
Aye.
President Jex.
Aye. Okay, item 12.3, draft resolution 23-4.
Good evening, directors. As part of the fire code amendment process, state law allows the fire district to amend the state fire code with findings of fact. At the advice of district council, we have pulled our findings of facts out of the fire code and have a draft resolution before you with those finding of facts. These finding of facts haven't changed since the 2019 fire code. And we have them before you to discuss, deliberate, and provide any direction that you have for the staff. Happy to answer any questions or take input.
I just have a question. When you say you pull them out of the, I mean, if the fire code requires that we have the findings of facts, are you just doing it in addition to having them in the fire code, or are you literally pulling them out?
We're not including them in the ordinance for the fire code ordinance, or they will be in a separate resolution.
But, and that satisfies the fire code finding of fact rule?
As for what district council has advised us, yes, sir.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, I assume then at this point, we'll open it for public comment.
Yes. And we do not have any hands raised or received written public comment.
Thank you, Marcia. Okay,
So I move we approve item 12.3. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's item 12.3, resolution 23-04. Adopting the fire code findings of fact justifying amendments to the 2022 California Fire Code.
Second.
want to do a roll call?
We can invite comments on the motion.
Okay,
We do not have any hands raised or received written public comment. Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Hassler,
Aye.
Director Jorgens,
Aye.
Director Romer, Director Romer,
I'm sorry. Aye.
President Jex.
aye. 12.4, report on East Bay Hills Fire Prevention.
Good evening, directors. At the December 22 regular board meeting, a member of the public suggested a report providing additional information regarding regional wildfire risk reduction organizations. MOFD participates in 2 existing wildfire risk reduction and coordination organizations and has been attending meetings related to the formation of a 3rd organization. Information about the Diablo Fire Safe Council and the Hills Emergency Forum is included in the staff report, as well as the early and exploratory discussions that have been held under what was initially a discussion about forming a JPA is now morphed into a discussion of wildfire prevention, vegetation management coordination. I mentioned that because the word East Bay Wildfire JPA is still used to informally describe an effort that is now morphing into something else. I would note, just to call out the highlights of the report in advance of any questions, that the Diablo Fire Safe Council is funded through federal and state grants, primarily run through the California Fire Safe Council. And our fire marshal is the vice president of the board, and that the Diablo Fire Safe Council, in addition to other work associated primarily in a historical sense with the advancing the community wildfire protection plans at the county level, and then the coordination of sub CWPPs such as MOFDs, which is an annex to the county plan. Its primary role of late has existed in reviewing and distributing $5,000 grants to community groups. These are matching grants from April 2019 through December of 2022. Through the Partners in Wildfire Prevention Program, the Diablo Fire Safe Council has awarded $78,093 to neighborhood projects within MOFD's jurisdiction. These are matched by an estimated $264,649 in various forms of either cash or sweat equity for residents who, through the efforts initiated by these Partners in Wildfire Prevention Program grants, have treated an estimated 475 acres or 1.5 miles of homes and have incorporated the volunteer time of 121 residents. I know we've talked about it before, but I did feel inclined to include the No Juniper Left Behind outreach program. It's just an excellent example of where a relatively small amount of grant money was used as a catalyst to outsize effects in a neighborhood that represents a significant fire pathway into our community. It's also worth noting from the report that we have been members of the Hills Emergency Forum since about 2006. It was formed in '92 following the tunnel fire, and the Hills Emergency Forum stands out in that it's the only one of these entities to which we currently pay dues, and that the Hills Emergency Forum was recently approached by the folks that are involved in the East Bay Hills Wildfire Prevention and Vegetation Management Coordination effort. The HEF was approached about expanding the membership to include other entities that are part of the larger East Bay Hills, and that proposal was not supported. MOFD supported that expansion, but we were not in the majority. And then lastly, just to summarize, the East Bay Hills Wildfire Prevention and Vegetation Management Coordination effort continues to evolve. I continue to participate in that as not only the MOFD fire chief, but as the president of the Contra Costa County Fire Chiefs Association to identify if there's opportunities for this to turn to something that would be beneficial to our regional goals. This report is provided for information only to build awareness about what the different activities in this space on a regional basis. As we have talked about in this setting and many others before, wildfire is not a municipal affair. Any fire that starts in one community in the East Bay is very likely to spread to others. And we believe, and these entities are dedicated towards the goal of coordination in that regard, and the goal of achieving a reduction in wildfire incidents in our area and the development of wildfire prepared or adapted communities, so that when the inevitable wildfires do occur, our communities are prepared to receive that fire. I'd be happy to answer any questions from the board or members of the public.
There's a separate item later about funding, right?
Yes, so there's a second item regarding communication received to Director Danziger regarding funding for the East Bay Hills Wildfire Prevention Management entity, but that is a separate item, sir.
Chief, what is that? I was trying to do a little bit of research, but I'm trying to figure out what there are dues for the Hills Emergency Forum actually pay for.
For the staff coordinator, sir, specifically Cheryl Miller, who's been, she's the beating heart and soul of both the Diablo Fire Safe Council and the Hills Emergency Forum. She acts in a coordinating manner. The Hills Emergency Forum largely consists of a gathering of landowning entities that share information about what their fire prevention activities are. Cheryl coordinates that, keeps the minutes, and sends out articles and items of interest to the group.
Any other comments or questions by the members of the board?
Not for me.
Okay. We can, I guess, open it to the public.
We have one hand raised, Jonathan Goodwin.
Yeah, I just want to thank the chief for presenting that. I think it's useful for the board to have some passing familiarity with things and understand that, that the district is plugged into is one piece in a larger puzzle. Thank you.
Okay.
And that concludes our public comment. We do not have any more hands raised.
Okay, then move on to 12.5.
Evening, directors. At the December 2022 board meeting, a director reported receiving an email from the East Bay Hills Wildfire Prevention and Vegetation Management Group requesting $3,500 in funding to continue their efforts and asked that an agenda item be brought forward. The original request is included as the attachment. More information about this effort is available at the website linked in the staff report. I'd be happy to answer any questions or provide the floor to Director Danziger if there's any items or any additional elements you'd like to add to this item.
No, I don't have anything really additional. I was kind of taken just not surprised, but just receiving that email asking for funding. I'd be curious to know, if other agencies or have received this request and if other agencies are paying into this. I see a kind of a fee schedule. And I really, I've attended some of the meetings and I know Director Jorgens has attended some as well. I'm not really sure. I really don't have a firm opinion right now if it's worth it for us to pay this fee, if other agencies are paying it, if they're having discussions. I really don't know where this is going and if it's redundant from other groups we're already in. I'm just not really sure. I'm not really, just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention, and I'm not ready to approve this funding. And I think I would need to find out if other agencies are paying the funds and where the group stands right now. We haven't had a meeting that I know of in quite a while. So
I would agree with that. I think that, and also I noticed the list of, like Contra Costa County, which is materially bigger than we are, was paying roughly double what we are. And I just kind of wonder what their how they divided things up. And you kind of hate to set a precedent, if we're going to be potentially part of a larger organization at some point or participate in something, you hate to set a bad precedent for what piece of the pie you're going to be funding without kind of understanding what the method was. So I think, if they want to come back to us later or something, we can talk about it, but I don't think we should do this right now anyway.
Yeah, I seem to remember also at the meetings that I've attended, the list of attendees was a lot more than just these 7 entities listed on this list. I think there were many more. So
many more, including a lot of cities and other things, other kinds of entities.
Yeah, I definitely remember San Leandro for sure. El Cerrito, I believe. There are other ones, so I don't get it. I
don't either. So
I think my purpose was just, I got this, and Chief Winokur got it, and I think just to bring it to everyone's attention. And there's a process going on, and I just thought I wanted everyone to know about it, but I'm not prepared to vote.
So Chief, do you have an example of what the value of this is relative to HEF or anything else we're doing or should be doing or not doing?
Thank you for asking, sir. I think one of the things that's worth looking at is all of these things evolve and they become something over time. And so the question really is where's the greatest value? And I would frame that lens in 2 ways. What's the greatest value with regard to the district's funds? Obviously, the district has an obligation to ensure the judicious use of the taxpayer funds which were entrusted. And the second is, what's a good use of district staff time? There's a finite number of people in the office. There's a extraordinarily large number of things that need to be done. And as a great example, in the case of the fire code and the fire safety ordinance associated with them, completing those takes time. That's then competing with all the other things that Jeff and I are doing, to include trying to clear out long overdue violations of our fire code and ordinances that go back to June. And so all of these things compete for time, as do meetings and participation in regional entities. And so I think the question really is where is the value for our dollars and for our time? And from my perspective, of the 3 things that are out there, the clear return on investment is Jeff's time and our engagement with the Diablo Fire Safe Council that is directly bringing funds from an outside source, microgrants, if you will, directly to our community through existing programs that are well understood, that are not controversial, that are externally funded, and are having an outsized impact on not only fuel mitigation, but the tying of that fuel mitigation to CWPPs and some other things such as the Resource Conservation District and our recent $250,000 grant for grazing. So there's some things there that show a very clear return on investment. With regard to this, the East Bay Hills wildfire prevention, there may be value. There may be value over time, but I think it's early days and it's not particularly clear what this thing is going to be. It has morphed and evolved several times since it was proposed about 1.5 years ago. And I agree with the assessment that continue to monitor makes a lot of sense. Then the last one is the Hills Emergency Forum, to which not only do we pay dues, but it consumes staff time to participate. And it's not clear to me, other than sharing of information, but as we go back to the last discussion with fuel breaks and so forth, sharing of information is not the same as this collaboration coordination. And as a fire district and as a fire code official, we have a fundamentally different, not only outlook, but charge than a landowning agency that is not a fire code official. And I think the Hills Emergency Forum, while it's certainly beneficial to share information, there is a very distinct difference between those who enforce the fire code, adopt and enforce the fire code, and who have an obligation to their residents. That is a very different responsibility than those who are charged with land management and stewardship in the absence of residents. And that tension, which we certainly have seen play out here in front of the board on several occasions, and was alluded to in the conversations earlier, that some of that bleeds over to the Hills Emergency Forum, which our combined or group membership in that has not been particularly helpful to resolving our current disagreements with regard to jurisdiction and who has the authority to do what. So of those, I think the Diablo Fire Safe Council, there's clearly a return on investment, and we're clearly are netting gain for the initiatives that we have underway. The other two, it's a lot less clear to me what we get from that. Really, with the thing that I'm most concerned about is the consumption of staff time, and jealously attempt to protect that resource for our higher priority projects, which is largely the execution of adoption and implementation of our fire safe measures on a widespread basis throughout the community.
It looks like there's not a interest at this point in time or to take action on this. We still needed to go through public comment.
Public comment, yes, sir, but there's no action to take on this. This is the direction is that we want more information and we're not ready to take action on this. That's all the direction that this.
Okay. All right. Man.
Yes, we have one hand raised. Mark Evans.
Hey, Chief, I respect what you're saying, but I guess I'm leaning forward. I agree with you that all these things sort of evolve. And I want to point out that the neighbors, our communities are looking to us, looking to you as sort of a leader on how to make our communities fire safe, to make our communities fire adaptive. And so trying to be in these networks, and I do respect what you're saying about it chews up your staff time. So I'm not trying to beat you into agreeing. I'm just wondering if there's other ways, City of Orinda, Orinda Firewise Council, other community groups that could be engaged there. But I'm being reached out by other areas in California. They look to Moraga-Orinda as a leader, and I think it's to our benefit to help them. Thank you.
Yes, sir. If I may, though, because I agree. I think, and obviously we have an opportunity, some hard-won lessons here, some good, some how you don't do things. I think we certainly have learned a lot of lessons that we benefit from sharing and from learning from others, et cetera. That continues to happen, obviously, at the Diablo Fire Safe Council. But what we've seen is an expanded role of the fire chiefs associations, not only in Contra Costa, but Alameda County and Marin County, where we're doing quite a bit of information sharing through those, and then through the umbrella organization of the California Fire Chiefs Association, where I serve as the Wildland Urban Interface Task Force leader. So we're gathering folks from throughout the state, sharing information, and continue to spread best practices. And so As I went back to before, I'm not suggesting that we withdraw back within our borders, if you will, and pull up the drawbridge, because that's not how fire behaves. And if you look particularly to the north and northeast, where we're concerned about fire spreading, the district's borders don't go very far beyond the populated edge of the community. So we have to be engaged with our neighbors because their fire is our fire, and vice versa. I just would say, of those avenues that we're currently engaged in, the Diablo Fire Safe Council has certainly been has shown the greatest return on the investment of our time, not only with regard to the resources that we bring to the district that way, but from an information sharing and best practices center, if you will.
So I think for that response, I of course respect your opinion. Jeff got me invited. I'm going to the Diablo Fire Safe Council tomorrow meeting just to hear how. Thank you, sir.
They're great.
And that concludes our public comment.
Thank you. Okay, 12.6.
Good evening, directors. During the December 2022 board meeting, a director expressed concern regarding a low potential, high impact event involving a series of stalled atmospheric rivers that could occur in the district. In hindsight, I'd rather take out low potential and just say a high impact event. The director requested a short discussion about the operational financial challenges resulting from a series of stalled atmospheric rivers, such as occurred some time ago in a traumatic event for the Bay Area. Included here in the report, I attempted to glean what's out there already. Let's understand what others have done and where the responsibility for planning and so forth lies, so that any district efforts in this regard can be additive to what's already been done. So the primary place that you see preparation for, among other events, landslides, earth flows, and other things associated either with dam failures or significant precipitation events, are the local hazard mitigation plans. And so those exist at the county level, and then there's subsets of them at the city and town level. If you looked at these in the county, chapter 10, starting in 207 and Orinda, as well as Santa Clara County and some others, the standard piece is done by Tetra Tech out of Berkeley, using many of the same mapping layers, but just zoning into a higher resolution based on the city and town. In both the Orinda and Moraga local hazard mitigation plans, landslides are addressed. And in the Orinda case, some very detailed maps are included showing the areas with a potential. And as has been pointed out, specifically, potential is turned into an event on Xander, where there's a history of some earth movements. Houses have been condemned, and the city has monitoring equipment in place in that area. There's also the safety element. That includes elements discussing not only atmospheric rivers, but some of the challenges having to do with landslides, and specifically calls out, you see on the second page, some of the challenges with current landslide models, and that it's very challenging to understand where a landslide will occur. And then the runout model, which is to show the impact of where that landslide will go. Those are even more rough because there are a series of variables that intersect in very complicated ways. That would shape not only the conditions that created an earth movement, but where that earth would go and what would happen when it went downrange. As addressed here in the lower portion, MOFD is an all hazard provider of fire rescue and EMS services. There are some very specific specialized resources that a mid-sized district such as ours does not have because there are significant training and equipment requirements. And we're simply not large enough to maintain that degree of specialization. A good example of that is during the construction of the fourth bore, MOFD maintained a trench and mine rescue function because of the potential of that occurring in our community while they were boring. When that was completed, the very significant annual training requirements for a confined space or trench entry were allowed to lapse, and we ultimately end up surplusing the equipment when we no longer had a need to maintain that specialty. And we see throughout the region, some of the larger departments maintain specific technical rescue resources that we can call for on mutual aid in the event that we have something that requires a specific extended technical rescue, as well as the urban search and rescue task forces, such as Task Force 4 that Engineer Mozaika was just deployed on. What we do have, however, is we do have an all-risk response capability. And you see below, we see a listing of the different training or levels of training our members have been through and the equipment that's carried on our specific rigs, which is, it really gives us the ability to respond throughout. We have with us Captain John Bensley is our technical rescue program manager, and he's going to give a brief overview of the district's capability, because I understand some of these items that I've listed don't make a whole lot of sense if you haven't spent some time in the fire service. Captain Bensley, if you're with us, I'll invite you to take the wheel.
Captain Brad Nygaard, actually, but the chief does that all the time. It's all right. It's all right. I'll forgive you this time, Chief. Good evening, board. John and I look a lot alike. We're both have the same stature, so the chief messes up a lot. So no big deal. So I put together a quick slide, just real quick, to kind of go over some of the tools and equipment that we do carry on our rigs. Like the chief said, technical rescue is a big realm with lots of different aspects. You know, could be anything from confined space to a swift water to a trench rescue to vehicle extrication. What we see in Moraga-Orinda, we really specify on rope rescue. You know, people that go off a cliff, either hiking, drive their car off a cliff, something like that. A lot of extrication, obviously on Highway 24. And then a vehicle into a building, something like that, where we need to stabilize a vehicle that went into a building. So some of the equipment that we carry on our truck and our rescue engines are two of our fire engines that have all the stuff to put out normal fires, but we call them rescue engines because they carry a couple extra tools as well. And then, as you guys know, the ladder truck, which is what I work on at Station 44, it's a giant toolbox that just has lots and lots of equipment. So every piece of equipment has a 200-foot rope. Our truck and rescue engines have 400-foot ropes. We can tie those ropes together to make a longer rope if needed, and lots of hardware, carabiners, pulley, harnesses, all that good stuff. We do go on quite a few rope rescue calls every year. We are very proficient in our rope rescue capabilities here at MOFD, hence all the equipment for the rope stuff. Next slide, please. This is something that actually, this Stokes wheel that we just got, and we put it on our Type 6. Our Type 6 is a smaller kind of truck style fire engine that were used for wildland and off-road. It's a 4-wheel drive vehicle. We keep this on there. That's also housed at Station 44. Really cool, new technology. It's all carbon fiber frame. It weighs like 1.5 pounds, weighs nothing. And it's got the big tire on it. We attach the Stokes to it. And this is allowing us to actually go on trails 1 mile, 2 miles in, put them on this, and then carry them out. We just used it about 2 weeks ago. Actually, somebody fell with all the rain and mud and broke their ankle out on one of the trails. And we had to hike in about 1 mile, put them on this and take them out. The picture to the right is kind of the packaging stuff that goes with that. So actually Rescue One just bought this packaging system for us. Very nice of them to buy. And we have this on every Stokes now. And it's basically just, we used to have to actually lash like a shoelace to put the patient in the Stokes. And now this system comes and it's just buckle to buckle, buckle to buckle, red to red, blue to blue. It's as easy as it can get. Next slide, please. A crane operation. So our new truck, we call it a crane operation, but the truck is not in any way to be used as an actual crane to lift objects or anything like that. However, we can use it as a crane operation using ropes down the ladder and then attaching it to a Stokes and basically a pick point. So on the picture on the left, you can see someone's on a roof, which does happen, or someone collapsed on a roof worker or something like that. We can actually put them in the Stokes on top of the roof, move the ladder, and then lower it on the ground safely. So we call that our crane operation, which is definitely one of the newer technologies with the new ladder trucks and is pretty cool. Next slide, please. Extrication. So, I mean, you guys know we go on a lot of vehicle accidents on Highway 24. So this falls into the extrication category. We have lots of spreaders, cutters, and rams. Basically, it's a picture on the left. We have a big hydraulic ram, spread things apart, big cutters, big scissors, and then spreaders to spread things as well. We have hydraulic on the truck, and then our rescue engines are electric tools now. And that's the way the fire service is going, where they're going to pretty much all electric tools, which is very nice. That way, if there's a car down a hillside, we are able to actually take those tools down to them and extricate them out of the car and then bring them up, where these ones that we have on the truck are actually hardwired in the hydraulic hoses. And we also have sawzalls, rotary saws, chainsaws. We have an air chisel, which is the picture in the middle, used to cut through some sheet metal or something like that, or pop hinges, and then lots of chains and tow straps. Next slide, please. So that was the extrication tools that we use, some of the stabilization tools that we use. So again, a vehicle accident, a car into a building, if we need to lower somebody down into something, lots of good examples and pictures I threw up there for you guys. So the top left is, we do get this. We could do a car into a building where we do need to stabilize the roof, just so that we can actually get in there and do work safely, remove the patient, and go from there. Cars we're constantly using, they're called Rescue 42s is what we call them. And they're basically just stabilizing struts, and they can be used in all different sorts of applications, stabilizing a car, making a tripod, some cool pictures of a car underneath a semi truck where they're using to stabilize the truck above that car. So we have these on the truck, double set on the truck, and we have these on both of our rescue engines, and very, very versatile tools that we use often. Next slide, please. Some more stabilization stuff. We have airbags on the top left. So our truck and our rescue equipment do carry airbags. It's basically exactly what it's a Kevlar bag that we can inflate with air, and they can lift tons, literally several tons, 60, 70 tons, depending on their rating. We can stack them 2 to 3 high so we can get more lift out of it. Right below that is cribbing. Cribbing is just exactly 2x4s and 4x4s. Every fire engine in the district carries a small amount of cribbing. The rule whenever you're lifting something is we lift an inch, we crib an inch. So that way the load never drops back down. So when we're lifting anything up, we're always sticking wood underneath there. So that way, if anything did happen and fall, the wood would catch it and nobody would get hurt. We have the winch on the front of the Type 6, and 2 of our new utility trucks are also going to have winches. So we're finding a way to kind of implement that more into our rescue systems. We have high lift jacks, just regular car jacks, but we actually use them quite often. We carry those on the truck. And then on the bottom right is something new. It's actually a grip hoist is what it's called, but commonly referred to as a come along. It's going on the truck right now. We're doing in-service training right now on it. And it's basically a cable system attached to a ratchet and has a capacity of like 20,000 pounds. And we can actually use that to either remove a car for something or separate something, so we can get in there and work. Next slide, please. So just real quick, that was my last slide. Training, there is hours and hours of training that go into just those few tools that I just showed you. I know that doesn't seem like much, but there really is. So when we first hire somebody, as you mentioned, these guys are going to go through a 20-week academy at Livermore Pleasanton. They will receive all sorts of classes, including confined space awareness, hazmat awareness, vehicle extrication. They will get their hands on all of the equipment that I just mentioned, and they'll go through a whole week class that's called Rescue Systems 1, and it's a class dedicated to just the rescue systems. Once they get online and they get to us, we're going to go through the same process again with them and make sure that they're familiar with all of our tools and our equipment. And then it's just pretty much annual training for there after that, and then quarterly training. And it's really dependent upon the crews to go out. I work on the truck, so we're constantly going out and training with this equipment because we're the truck guys. We're supposed to know this equipment. And so we're constantly out there on a daily basis training with it. I leave you with this picture. This was a car accident that just happened last week on Highway 24. And, it's just a great, obviously a sad day, but it's a great picture of a technical rescue. This was a technical rescue that we just had last week. As you can see in the picture, everything I just mentioned is in this picture. Rescue 42s, airbags, chainsaws, circ saws, sawzalls, the grip hoist was there. That car was actually pinned up against that tree, and we had to separate that car from the tree to remove those victims. So about as technical rescue as you can get. Took almost an hour. And, out of all those tools, the best tool that we have as firefighters is common sense, because in this case, a lot of tools, just no tool that we had was getting the job done. And that's just the way the scenario was. But common sense, these guys got it done, and it was a good outcome. That's all I have for you guys. Thank you for your time. I'll defer it back to the chief. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Captain Nygaard. We still got to talk about you changing to use
no
your
problem,
legal
no problem.
name. Anyway, I screw on. Directors, be happy to answer any questions. I just put a fine point on what Captain Nygaard was saying, which is that all of these tools are used in some various combination. Those are the tools that the district staff would use in response to the run out from a landslide, with the potential for people being trapped, typically within a house where the structure has moved and then been altered by that movement. There's a lot of analogs between that infrequent event and the very frequent event of a vehicle extrication. And we believe the equipment, the training and the experience that we have in use specifically on Highway 24 would apply to the aftermath of a landslide during the initial stages. of the rescue. As we triage, we get out folks who are easy to access, move them on to definitive medical care, and then bring in mutual aid resources from throughout the region to include structural collapse specialists, engineers, heavy equipment, things that exceed what we have on our front line. So we stabilize, we triage, and we deny entry while we bring in specialized resources so that we minimize the damage. We don't allow other people to go in to that area that's unsafe, which is a one-to-one analog to what we do on a hazardous material spill and what we do on a vehicle extrication.
Right.
Any
Well, this is
questions?
Director Romer, and I appreciate both Captain Nygaard and Chief Winokur have done an amazing report, and it reassures me that you have amazing capabilities within the department to deal with an event like this. I'd just like to direct your attention to something that you did mention. I don't know whether the other directors were able to get into the weeds of this, but the chief's report included a link to the emergency response of the city of Orinda and their report, and the I guess it's Tetra Tech had created a voluminous report that includes the plans of a number of other agencies, but I'm focusing on Orinda, and they actually specifically mention an area that I came across a few months ago, and I have friends and constituents in this area, and it's on Xander Drive. It's about a 5-acre plot, and I'll quote for those of you that don't have it. It's on section 10.6, jurisdiction-specific natural hazard event history. And it's on page 10.17. And I quote, it says, the Xander Drive landslide reactivated 10 years after residential development encroached onto lands underlain by the landslide. The landslide measured 200 feet across, extended 1,000 feet from Xander Drive down to San Pablo Creek, and had a maximum depth of 115 feet. 3 properties were impacted, 2 homes were demolished, and the city purchased and remediated one of the properties. Now, the evidence of prior landslides, both the one in 1998 and the one in 2008, are very, very apparent. There's a whole section that sunk about 12 feet, and the city built a concrete structure to stabilize Xander Drive. Now, I'm no expert, and I don't think anybody on this Zoom call is an expert to be able to determine what risk that particular site, as an example of a whole bunch of other sites that might exist, but that I'm not aware of in Orinda or Moraga, might pose to the rescue capability of the department. What I do know is that the city has installed on the apparently 2 or 3 plots that they own, water monitoring wells, and something called the TDR, which is a time domain reflexivity slope monitoring system, which can measure if that slope slides. And I think the most likely thing for that to happen would be to slide very slowly, which would get everybody an opportunity to assess, determine whether some of the homes need to be notified and evacuated. But what I don't know, and what I don't think any of us know, is how quickly that could change from a slow landslide to a more quickly moving landslide that would put people at risk. I do know that there's a capability of installing additional equipment that allows folks to monitor that slide in real time remotely, and up to 8 phone numbers that could be notified if that property starts to slide. I would suggest that the 2x2 committee engage in some further discussions with the city of Orinda, because the city of Orinda does own part of that property. And does the chief have any thoughts on how important it is for further assessment of a property like that has posed that has actually had a landslide in the past, to find out what risk it poses in the future?
I defer to the landowner, sir. With regard, I'm not that's an area that's outside my expertise.
Mine too. I agree. Yeah. So I think it's deserving of some follow-up. It's not. I know that the MOFD property is all fire compliant, And I don't think it poses any similar risk. But I think that for folks that for either the city or the private landowners that do own that, I think because it poses a challenge potentially to the rescue capabilities of the department, that some further inquiries could be made. Anybody else have a comment on whether that's within the wheelhouse of MOFD or not?
Refer to the chief from here.
I defer to the chief, but I guess I'd say in general, it seems to me our responsibility is to be able to know we have the ability to rescue people if there is an issue. And I think it's the landowners, which might include the city, and the emergency planning people in the city, who also do drainage and a lot of other things and are responsible for that. I think it's primarily the city and the landowners issue, but we should be aware that we don't want to get a fire truck stranded on a dead end side of something that happens like that either, as an example.
I agree.
So we should at least know where those things are, and that there is a risk, if we're going to go, we should know where to park if we're going to go do things at a minimum.
I think that's a good point. So I want to thank Captain Nygaard. I want to thank Chief Winokur. I think that that's an amazing report. I think it's worth getting into detail on, but I'm very reassured that the department is in the position to be able to deal with a response. And obviously it's preferable to avoid that sort of thing happening than to have to deal with it after it happens, if it happens.
Okay.
Any other board comment? If not, we'll invite the public to make comment. Okay.
We do not have any hands raised or received written public comment.
Okay. Well, then no action need to be taken, I guess, based on the report.
No, sir.
Okay. We'll move to 12.7. Planning for return to in-person board meetings.
Good evening, directors. Since the COVID pandemic started in March 2020, all MOFD legislative bodies have conducted meetings by webinar and teleconference pursuant to executive orders that are listed below. This suspended some elements of the Brown Act and allowed for legislative bodies to hold meetings entirely electronically with no physical meeting place. On September 16th, 2021, Governor Gavin Newsom signed Assembly Bill 361, which modified the Brown Act's requirement for conducting remote meetings by teleconference during declared state of emergency. That went into effect as an urgency measure to allow public agencies to continue to conduct meetings remotely, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. As a result of the governor's indication on October 17th, it appears that the state of emergency will end on February 28th, 2023, and staff has been planning for return of in-person meetings following 3 years of all virtual meetings. The point of this item is to present options to the board, receive direction from the board with regard to which option they would like to proceed. Certainly, we have a staff recommendation that ties to our ability to support with existing resources with a modest augmentation from some outside experts. And then armed with the board's direction, we will further refine the proposal for how we're going to do this. We will run field tests to ensure we have the ability to transition. And in February, we'll provide a more complete report to the board with regard to our plan to return to in-person meetings in March. It is possible that there will be an extension of the state of emergency or something outside of our control. But at this point, we believe it is more than prudent to be planning for a return to in-person meetings. Historically, and this now being some time ago, I note, the district rotated board meetings between Orinda and Moraga on a monthly basis, and we moved district-owned AV equipment between those locations. During that time, we did not have broadcast our meetings. We did not have a remote participation option other than email for public comment. And we did not film a version which was neither streamed nor posted on YouTube, but we did provide a recording along with the minutes when we published our notes. I'll skip ahead just a moment because I believe there's a little bit of uncertainty with the way staff report was written, which I apologize for. Which is to say, there are 3 relevant statutes that affect what we can do. The first was AB 361. Those are the rules under which we have been operating for the last 3 years. That will no longer be an option as of the end of February. The second is AB 2449, which would allow very specific circumstances that a member of an elected body for no greater than twice per year with a just cause or emergency circumstances defined below, and with a streaming video camera could participate remotely. Staff does not recommend utilizing this option for a number of reasons. There is, however, the ability to revert to the standard teleconference requirements that are outlined in Government Code 54953 that were in place before the pandemic, which is a member of the board can phone in to participate remotely so long as the teleconference location from which they are phoning in has been identified in the notice and agenda. And at that location, the agenda and notice are posted, and that all votes are taken by roll call, and that at least a quorum of the members, of the elected members participating are within the jurisdiction of the public agency. For those of you who are on the board prior to the pandemic, this is what we used when a board member was traveling or otherwise unavailable to attend in person. Direction we are seeking tonight, one, making a recommendation that directors not take advantage of the AB 2449 with the specific requirements that they declared a just cause or emergency, and that staff would recommend that we transition to holding meetings at a single location, which would allow the district to engage in ensuring the appropriate infrastructure is available and equipment that would allow a modified or hybrid, if you will, option for residents to participate. And that option would consist of a single camera pointed towards the directors that would provide a video stream of the event, individual microphones, so individual audio streams piped to accompany that single video stream pointed towards the directors. The second video stream looking back at the audience and the public speaking podium with a separate microphone at the podium, so that if a member of the public were addressing the board, that would be visible via the stream. And then participation remotely via the Zoom function or email, et cetera, as we have been doing. We believe that represents the best opportunity to continue to allow members of the public who are not able or are not interested in attending in person to continue to be informed of the district's activities while matching the district's very limited audiovisual resources. We don't own a facility, we don't own the equipment, and we have limited expertise. We believe that hybrid option would be the best use of our existing equipment with judicious use of some outside consultants to ensure we're getting it right, and seeking board direction really associated with our recommendation that we would transition to holding meetings at a single location in as central a located position as we could find. Asking for everyone's understanding that there are very few locations in which large public meetings can be held, and none of them happen to be in the exact geographic center of the district. I'd be happy to answer any questions directors have, and we are looking for direction. Specifically, staff recommendation is that we would revert to the pre-COVID use of teleconference under the Legacy Brown Act rules, go to a hybrid presentation with single video stream pointed in each direction, and that we would transition to holding meetings at a single location in order to facilitate the development of the infrastructure and the associated placing of hardware that would facilitate those meetings.
Chief, this is Director Jex. When we discussed this before, it's probably over a year ago, or I can't remember exactly.
Yes, sir.
But I thought the opportunity of either using the facility that Orinda City Council or Moraga City Council used that might have that equipment, and that we could rent it from them for our meetings.
Yes, sir. We certainly explore that. I believe they're going through the same transition process we are. And there are some limits on the equipment, but yes, if we're able to secure access to a facility that has the equipment, we would absolutely take advantage of that. We would recommend picking one. It's one less moving part to understand how two different systems work in two different locations.
This is Director Danziger. Yesterday at the Orinda City Council meeting, they had this basically the same discussion. So they're going to stay at their facility, but they directed their city clerk to to do some research and come up for their next meeting on some options for them doing the same thing that we're talking about. So, I'm just thinking that maybe there's an opportunity to join with them, on equipment. I'm just thinking about that now. And from the previous reports in 2021, which was the summer of 2021, do we know that the option is still there for us to use Joaquin Moraga?
We've had some discussions with the schools. Obviously, those are of the limited large public spaces. And the feedback we've gotten is that on a case-by-case basis, they would certainly be willing to entertain the request, but they make heavy use of those facilities, both at JM and the high schools. So that from a reliability standpoint, that's not a great option for us needing to lock it down the third Wednesday of every month year round.
Right. So the two other options talked about in these reports are Moraga council chambers and then the Orinda library auditorium.
Yes, sir.
Those are kind of the three. Yeah, I just know that Orinda's going through this right now, and I just wonder if there's an opportunity there to work with them. I don't know about, I didn't follow the Moraga council, so I don't know if they're having the same discussion. And I just want to make clear that right now there's no guidelines, there's no requirement for us to do this hybrid type of meeting, once we go back to in public, right?
No, sir, there's not. As I understand it, the board's direction previously has been to continue it in order to increase public engagement and opportunities to be aware, transparency and aware of the district's activities. But you're correct, sir. There is no requirement, and the minimum requirement is that the directors meet and have a discussion at a publicly noticed place where the public has an opportunity to participate.
Well, I definitely think I think our attendance, for the most part, has increased over the course of the pandemic, and I think it's a good thing for the community. I'd like to see the hybrids.
Greg?
I just don't know if we can maybe piggyback with one of the other jurisdictions.
I completely agree. I've always thought that, I think the electronic access has been tremendously beneficial to get the community involved. Now, I'm biased. I live in Orinda, so it's easier for me to think about going to the Orinda library meeting, but it's a nice facility. I understand they have good internet capability. And, as far as how technical it is, we're talking about 2 cameras and a few microphones, which can't be that expensive, even if we just have to buy it ourselves. I think the city's already got a lot of this stuff. And the internet cameras, if you hook into a computer, cost, $200. So not even. So for a good quality one and everything. So I don't think we're talking about a lot of money here. And if we can figure out with the city of Orinda what a reasonable solution would be, and if we can do the same thing in Moraga, that's great. But we should pick a flavor. Again, somebody's going to have to drive further, at some point. So I get it. But I think the idea going back and forth is going to just add a bunch of expense and hassle and technical. When you have to hook it up differently each time, it just adds to things not working so well.
When we did move from place to place, the equipment was pretty heavy. And I thought we had an incident where an employee was injured.
Yes, sir. We had a time lost injury associated with moving the AV equipment. So just respectfully to the directors, we'll run down options as far as locations. At this point, I'm looking for your direction with regard to, yes, we do want to continue to offer the hybrid option, which I believe I've heard. And yes, we are okay with a proposal that would put us at a single location, understanding that that's not going to be in the geographic center of the district. If that's the direction I'm looking for, armed with that direction, we'll run this down. We will come back in February with a fully fleshed out proposal that we've test fired and confirmed the electrons will actually flow as we intend them to.
I'm in favor of that.
Yeah.
I agree.
Agree.
looks like we have the public that wants to have some input too.
We
Okay.
do. We have two hands raised. Mark Evans.
So I want to throw out there the idea of a double hybrid. Maybe once a quarter we meet in person and keep this. I mean, let's talk about this meeting. You have fantastic public access with this meeting, and you have it's super transparent. The only downside, of my opinion, of this meeting is, and this is typical of large meetings, is where you don't have the opportunity to network before and after. Because it's not just a meeting. You guys are oversight of a continuing of a fantastic department. So that interaction of before and after and small conversations are very effective to bring consensus and move things forward. I think that's what's missing when we have Zoom meetings. Maybe we can create some other thing. I mean, this is not a bad, but I'd recommend kind of think about that and think ahead on how we want to do it. But the only thing missing, I think, is you can probably make more progress by having at least a periodic in-person meeting. It's just an idea, not trying
Mark,
to.
I think there's a we by definition have to have in-person meetings. We have to have a quorum in district at a single location. This is only a way to supplement that.
So it's a requirement by the state that we have to do it in person and.
Absolutely. Always has been, except during COVID.
Well, but we haven't had this technology anyway. Okay,
The state doesn't allow it.
So then my other suggestion is we should put pressure on the city of Orinda to use the Measure R funds to make sure that we have a nice setup that does both the city of Orinda and MOFD to support this approach.
I like that.
Any other public comments?
Yes, Jonathan Goodwin.
Yeah, first of all, I'm all in favor of twisting the city of Orinda's arm to get money out of them, regardless of where the event is held. Now, I personally fell completely asleep reading this board packet before I got to this item, so I have not read the report. But I don't know if the chief has considered using the Canyon School for this purpose. It's not exactly centrally located, but I'm sure Director Jorgens would enjoy the drive there just as much as he would to downtown Orinda. The problem there is that if there was the school play was going to be a conflict, then you're out. You know, in other words, their bookings would come first. And that goes for every other venue too that you've mentioned, as far as I know. That's why it did, as Director Jack said, bounce around, because it was not possible to get a single location. Now, it might be a little different now that the bookings are, you know, are not overflowing, but the same thing will, you know, something to consider, because, you know, if the city of Orinda wants to have their, I don't know, you know, garden clubs meet with a special thing in Founders Auditorium, guess what? You know, you can't have that unless, you know, you somehow lock in a contract, which is pretty unlikely. So I would just suggest that element be considered. And of course, there's always, you know, what we would do in Canyons, just hold it outside, you know, like outside Station 41, for example, you know, put up a tent. You guys are specialists in tents. So anyway, I just thought I'd suggest, you know, try to make some helpful suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
And that is the end of our public comment.
Okay. Let's see. I guess no action. I think I think it's pretty well understood what we.
Yes, sir. Direction received. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We're on to committee reports. Nothing from the Standing Audit Committee.
Nothing from the ad hoc facilities station. And I'll move on to the next one. Nothing to report on the Contra Costa County Board of Supervisors and the COVID relief funds at this point, maybe next month.
The 2x2 hasn't met yet. It's going to happen before the next meeting, but not yet.
Okay. think that,
We do not have any hands raised for public comment.
okay. Future agenda item, anything, Craig?
So I'd like to have a discussion, no staff time required, just have a discussion of the idea of having an ad hoc special committee, I guess you call them, to develop plans for expanding our fire prevention program, and, meeting with the chief, finding out what other communities are doing to enhance the speed of adoption of meeting our fire code standards for lots of the properties. And so I think a special committee would be good for that. And I'd like to put that concept on the agenda.
Okay,
Yes, sir. We'll bring back propose forming an ad hoc committee with that title, sir.
I'd like to see the next meeting. I'd like to see at least maybe in the fire chief report or something that the fire marshal does, the status of our grant program.
Yes, sir.
that could be part of the management report.
Yes, sir. We'll include it under fire chief report, or sorry,
Okay.
fire chief report, fire marshal report.
Report. Any other items?
Nope.
Okay.
We have one hand raised for public comment.
Okay,
Jonathan Goodwin.
I was just about to shut this down and run away, but I have an item, a little wish list item, which, someday I may get around to actually putting it in writing and sending it to you. But in sum, I would like to see a committee of 2 directors and 1 representative from 1230 have a discussion, a planned discussion representing all sides of the matter regarding the 1719 business. And just to be clear, I'm not advocating 100 firefighters per shift, but the 1719 will just settle for that. It's just the board meeting itself is a lousy place to have that discussion. And discussions with the union representatives, from what I know, which is not especially well informed, very spottily informed, just never really goes very well. Exactly. I think forming a 2x2 committee, let's say, maybe that'd be better. 2 directors and 2 folks from the union doing exactly the same thing you do with Orinda. Where, staff confers, comes up with some kind of proposal or however you want to do that. And that ends up trying to end up in an informative discussion, not to find agreement, not with that as the goal, but to present all the angles that everybody really, it feels heard, and that everybody gets to hear what, the full story. I mean, I don't think there's any harm in actually airing the both sides, because it's a trade-off. It's not there's no simple solution. It's a question of what you value and what you're willing to trade off. And I think that really would benefit by an honest, forthright, organized, difficult discussion. Thank you.
And that concludes our public comment.
okay. Then I think we're ready to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Hassler,
Aye.
Director Jorgens,
Aye.
Director Romer,
Aye.
President Jex.
Aye.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.